2021 Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. Prior to us getting started, I see that several people are here tonight. Welcome. I would invite you that if you're standing or if you're sitting close to someone you don't like, you are welcome to go straight upstairs to room 207 where this is broadcast and you can participate in our conversation up there. So there's more seating above us if you're interested in getting more comfortable in room 207. With that, we will jump into our agenda. The first on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is attendance. Mr. DeLong.
Happy to do that. Mr. Jones.
Present.
Mrs. Campins.
Present.
Mr. Lake.
Present.
Mr. Mundy.
Present.
Mr. Wolf.
Present. Full house. Very good. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the June 2nd, 2021 meeting minutes. Any discussion amongst the group? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve the meeting minutes as filed.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second to that motion? Second. Thank you, Mr. Mundy. We can probably just do a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion passes. Thank you. Fellow board members, traditionally at this point in actually we need a couple more pieces of admin. One is there a motion to waive our rules on the appropriate notice? Through COVID, we have no longer required first-class mail to limit the amount of exposure to our public as well as our postal carriers and things like that. And so we've allowed for traditional regular mail. Is there a motion to allow that tonight as well?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. As we look forward to our agenda, I would note that there's probably one particular item. In fact, I'll just ask out bluntly, if you would, out in the audience, if you would please raise your hand if you're interested in the solar project. Seems about right. So I'm going to call that 95%. If I would turn to my fellow Board of Zoning Appeals members, how many of you are solar experts? Please raise your hand. Okay, that's where I thought. I'm certainly not one either. I think that petition is going to require robust conversation. And as you guys understand, our rules of procedure allow for 15 minutes of conversation, 15 minutes of rebuttal, 5 more minutes of conversation, 5 more minutes of rebuttal. I'm not sure we can understand and process that petition in that amount of time. So we have the ability to amend or to change our agenda and move it to the back of our agenda and process the remaining requests in front of us before us. Consequences of that decision would be that we have some people who are waiting and are excited about that topic. If we don't do that, then we may have to cut our conversation short and not get to hear all the information we need to make the right decision. So any discussion amongst the group about moving the polo to the end of our agenda tonight?
Solar.
You mean
Solar, I'm sorry, polo. That's number 2. Anybody hear about that?
I think that's wise. I agree.
I agree.
Okay, so is there a motion? Let me be very specific. Is there a motion to move docket number 2021-13-SE for the Brickyard Solar LLC to the end of our agenda tonight?
So moved.
I'm going to call Mr. Lake on that one. Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second on that motion? Second. Thank you, Mr. Mundy. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. Now with that, we've got some time here. And so we're going to do some regular business and we're going to work our way through our agenda as published with the solar moving to the end of our agenda. So if you want to go get a cup of coffee, we're not going to lock the doors on you. We'll let you participate in our conversation. If you want to stay and hang out, you're welcome to do that. In addition, room 207, there's more space up there. With that, next item on our agenda is, I apologize. Are there any of our petitioners here tonight who wish to seek a continuance or withdrawal? Please come forward at this time. Seeing none. That moves us to docket number 5. Of course, the Brickyard Solar Project has moved to the end of our agenda, which brings us to docket number 2021-17-SE for the property located at 7551 East 100 North. Would the petitioner please come forward?
Thank you, Mr. President. For the record, my name is Mike Andrioli, 1393 West Oak Street. A little bit of housekeeping before I move along. I left in front of most of the members. I may have run short, so hopefully Mr. Lake and Ms. Campins can share one if she didn't receive one, or Mr. Jones and Ms. Campins can share one. A list of our commitments with regard to this particular project, which I will go forward with you shortly. I represent Greg and Mrs. Chandler. They own 31 acres, 100 North. Ironically, it's across from the proposed solar farm.
We moved that to the
heard later
agenda, Mr.
tonight.
Andrew Lake.
That will be heard later tonight. We are requesting a special exception for an outdoor recreation area and a variance from the 20-foot setback. For the past 20 years, and I'll have Mr. Chandler share with you what he's been doing out there and the charity work that he's been involved in with regard to these polo matches, to give you at least a briefing on what has been transpiring out there for the past 20 years. But he has been doing this for a period of time, and he's in the ag area, and he does not need to have a special exception to conduct polo matches out there with family or friends every day of the week, every weekend, those types of things. Barns and his horse barns are all permitted as uses in that ag district. So he has the ability to go ahead and utilize that. The problem has become, he had a neighbor that raised a complaint about a year ago. And the town of Zionsville had indicated that perhaps a special exception or some approval might be necessary, given the fact that he's charging members of the general public to come in and watch the polo matches, albeit money's going to charity, but he is charging members of the general public to come in. So it's not just his own personal use of the fields. He's actually having individuals from the public come into the fields, watch the matches, spend time there on Friday evenings during the season. And in essence, that triggers your requirements that he come in and seek approval. The appropriate classification for this would be an outdoor recreation area, which he is seeking. In addition to that, he has located some horse stalls. It's really not a barn. These are open-ended on the sides, horse stalls, where the horses during polo matches go to keep cool. They're ventilated. It's not a barn, but they're a series of stalls, and they are part of the pictures that have been provided to you in your particular packet. Those were installed by Mr. Chandler. He didn't get a building permit, didn't think he needed one. It's in the ag area. He installed those, but they're pretty close to the property line. And I know at the last meeting, Mr.
Please continue.
We are in progress. And at the last meeting, Mr. Jones had wanted if a survey had been done, and a survey has been done, and that has been sent to you. Hopefully it was blown up enough. But what that particular survey shows by Jonathan House is that the actual stalls themselves vary from 2 feet off our property line on our side to 5.1. So they're very, very close. They do impede on the 20-foot a rear yard setback. So we have asked for a variance with regard to that, 2 separate requests. I'm going to have Mr. Chandler come up and give a very brief summary of what he does out there so that you understand it. Then I want to go through with you in particular the commitments. Greg, would you come on up, please? State your name and your address.
Good evening. My name is Greg Chandler. I live at 7551 East 100 North, Whitestown 46075. My wife, Donna, and I own Hickory Hall Polo Club. We have for 20 years had this property. For 18 years of that 20, we have done charitable events out there in excess of about 16 events a year, 16, 17 events. It depends on whether or not we have a rain date. The season is from June 11th. As Mike said, it's on Friday nights. If it's a rain date, you might possibly move it to a Saturday night. But again, we won't typically go over 18 events in a season. Season is June 11th to October 1st, as I mentioned, only on Friday nights. Just as an example of some of the charities that we've helped fund, Zionsville Education Foundation, Zionsville Boys and Girls Clubs, Boone County 4-H, Special Olympics, Folds of Honor, amongst a host of hundreds of others in the years we've been doing it. We've raised in excess of $5 million in the time that we've been doing it, and keeping track of the monies we've earned for these charities. As he said, we do charge money, but the money is taken by the charities at the gate, controlled by the charities. We want nothing to do with that. So we don't touch those dollars for the charities. Are there any questions?
I have a couple.
Sure.
In fact, well, before we get back to Mr. Andrelli, I'm sorry, did you just say that you do charge a gate fee, but you don't collect that? The charity that you're representing that weekend collects that money?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And what about security or traffic? How do you address those types of issues?
We have Boone County Sheriff's Department, now 2 officers at every event. That recently changed in the last few weeks, requiring 1 versus now 2 because of an event that happened with the Sheriff's Department. So we'll have 2 on hand at most of the match. Once people are in and settled, we don't necessarily keep sheriffs around more than, an hour after it gets started.
The polo crowd's not too rough?
Not too rough.
That's
Not
good.
at all.
Mr. Chandler, you mentioned it at the very beginning, and I'm sorry I was processing some other information. We've got a lot today. How long have you been doing this?
We've been doing it there, actual charitable events, 18 years. We've owned the property for 20.
Okay, thank you.
I think if I may say one more thing, and
Certainly.
I want to thank my neighbors who are surrounding me and border me, have sent letters of support on behalf of what we do and have done for the community in the last 18 years. So I thank all those neighbors that have done that.
Mr. Chandler, I would add that we have received several letters of support for this particular petition from all sorts of entities. So thank you for being a good steward of our community.
Let me go through go ahead. Let me go through briefly the commitments with you, because I think that's the crux of what we're trying to do. And since our last meeting, we've had some discussion with John Towsley, who represents one of the neighbors who's concerned, and John appeared at the last meeting and got a continuance to this meeting in order to propose some list of commitments. He did that. We responded to that. That's been sent to staff. But let me tell you what, importantly, we are willing to commit to, because I think it goes a long way to show that Mr. Chandler wants to run the events, wants to run them in an appropriate manner, wants to not bother the neighbors with this, and wants to make sure that this runs smoothly and without incident. We have agreed that as part of our list of commitments, that the events be limited to outdoor recreation use for charitable polo matches only. We are not seeking an outdoor recreation area for other forms of outdoor recreation, only charitable polo matches. Any and all music, piped or live, ending not later than 10:30 p.m. We're making a commitment. It will not be later. Frequently, it's much earlier than that. I attended last Friday. It ended much earlier than that. They have some limited music. They do have a PA announcer talking about the match itself. I don't understand the rules. Even after the announcer was discussing them, I still don't understand the rules. But the bottom line is that's part of the PA system. That will be handled no later than 10:30. In the last year or two, Greg has had 2 live musical events that went a little later than when the normal polo matches would end and people would start to disperse. He will limit it to 2 per year and not do any more than 2 per year. They will also end at 10:30. There won't be anything going past 10:30, but in addition to the piped, there will be live music only events twice a year, and they will be in conjunction with the polo matches. They will not be independent of the polo matches. This will be in conjunction with the matches themselves. No parking will be allowed in and along County Road 100, and the Boone County Sheriff's deputies will oversee the traffic in the area, including entering the facility. All parking will be on the polo field or around the polo field, not on the polo field, but around the polo field. and all on Mr. And Mrs. Chandler's property. No off-site parking will be permitted. He'll have no Chinese lanterns or incendiary devices that will be set off or migrate outside of the property. He did that a couple of years ago and received a complaint because it went fairly far off the property. So he stopped that from an insurance standpoint and otherwise. So that hasn't been done for several years, but in response to one of John's concerns, we agreed that we would make that part of the commitments. That an entrance and exit sign will be placed where people enter the facility. And although it'll be clearly marked, there's deputies that will be there directing traffic into the facility. And sign will be removed immediately after each event. Mr. and Mrs. Chandler will remove any diesel or gas tanks or containers not closer than 20 foot from the property line. That was a concern that Mr. Towsley's client had, that we had diesel, and it's a farm, it's a farm, but had diesel gas tanks and other gas tanks within that 20-foot buffer. We agreed to move them off that property line. There's a propane tank that has been there for years. It's piped. We want to leave the propane tank there, but we don't. We'll move the gas tanks and the diesel tanks away from the property line. Mr. Chandler agreed that if he ever sold this property to another individual or an unrelated entity, unrelated to them or their family, that the outdoor recreation area could be rescinded and terminated. They're not operating this as a business, folks. Mr. and Mrs. Chandler, in particular, Mr. Chandler's had two passions in life. One, other than his family, one is horses, particularly polo ponies, and giving back to the community. He doesn't want to do anything that would jeopardize that, and wants these things to continue. So unless his son would take it over and do it, subject to all of these commitments that will run with the land, or he would continue to maintain it if it's ever sold, this particular classification would be rescinded. Mr. and Mrs. Chandler will make application on to the town of Zionsville. There is an event requirement that the town has. I think it's a little revenue raiser for the town. If you have an event, you've got to go in and pay a fee and have them approve and give you a license to go ahead and conduct events. He's done that and already has that for this year, but he will commit to continue to do that with the town of Zionsville. I think it's a requirement anyway, but he will continue to go ahead and do that and make that part of the commitment, that he will apply for that event license and permission from the town of Zionsville in order to move forward. With regard to the variance itself, these stalls, although they're there, are open aired stalls and have roofs on them. The reason they were installed so close to the property line, and the reason they were installed within the 20 feet, is there's a large tree line back there, very, very large. Most of it's in probably wetlands because it's wet. A lot of that comes on Mr. Chandler's property, but it's a very large tree line back there and forested area. And having the stalls there gave the horses some additional shade too. While essentially what happens is those horses are put in those stalls because they use many horses throughout the polo matches for the safety of the animals, the riders, and just for the fact that it's hot during this time of year, and they will expend a lot of energy. So they put them in the stalls until they get to cool them down, and until they either need to use them again and replace them with other horses. They're not used most of the year. 7 months of the year they're not even used. They couldn't be used in the winter because they don't have sides to them, as you can see from the pictures. But we'll leave it up to your good judgment as to whether that variance should be granted. We would suggest to you that it's not harming anybody back there. It's on our property per the survey, and legitimately, it can't be seen very easily from the house of Mr. Towsley's client that's farther to the east and much farther to the south. So while I think his mother-in-law owns the property adjacent where the woods are, Mr. Towsley's client and his client also is a mom who owns the ground right behind us. But in terms of the nearest house on their property, it's fairly far down the road to the south and to the east of this, and therefore hidden somewhat by this tree line. I will be happy to answer any questions that you have. I
Mr.
think we've
Andrew,
submitted, pardon me?
I do have a couple, if you don't
Yes.
mind. I think I wanted to see clarity on the position of these stalls. They're located in such a way to allow for additional shade.
Yes.
That is, do the horses, are they only used during polo matches, or are there horses who spend the night there? I don't know anything about horses.
There are
but-
not. That's a fair question and a good question. Mr. Chandler has a very large barn facility there that houses his horses and others.
So this is a locker room for horses.
This is all just for the polo
Okay.
horses to cool them off during the matches. None of them spend the night there. And again, they're only used for 5 months of the year. We would suggest that the season, Mr. Chandler said June the 11th, but I looked at some years. We would suggest the season as part of our commitments be June 1 to October 1, not any longer than that. They're on Friday nights, but that would be the length of our season, June 1 through October 1. And I think we've limited ourselves in terms of our discussion with Mr. Towsley to 18 events during that period of time. That just gives us a little flexibility depending on when a Friday falls.
Understood.
So
And
June
Mr.
1 to October 1, but only 18 events.
Understood. Mr. Andreoli, would you also review the findings of fact you proposed?
Yes.
Would you review the three findings? You have three things you have to meet with the findings of fact. Would you please walk us through those?
Yes, and we believe in terms of the findings, we believe staff report actually does a pretty good job of pointing these things out. We don't think it's causing any harm or detriment to the community. The use, which is in conjunction with an agricultural use up there with horses and animals and those types of things, follows the master plan, we think particularly well. Plus, when you limit what we're suggesting here in terms of how we're using the property, we're only using it for polo matches, not other unrelated agricultural uses that might fall into a category of outdoor recreation uses. So it's all connected with the horses and polo and those particular events. So we think we comply well with the master plan and do not violate the master plan in any regard. So there's not any need for any essential services. Water and everything else is already on the site with regard to well of those things. So we're not taxing any of those particular services or anything of that nature. So we think pursuant to the proposed findings that we submitted, that essentially complies with the findings that would have to be made.
Thank you, Mr. Andreoli.
Thank
Any other questions for the petitioner's representative at this time?
How many horses are brought in on a weekly basis?
I'm going to have Mr. Chandler answer that.
Tell my address again. Good question. There are, it's a fluctuating number, but it depends on if a team is local or a team is visiting from out of town, but it could be as many as 12 or 14.
Okay.
That'll come in on a visiting team because each player will need to use more than one horse for an event.
Is that how many players there are at a time? How many?
4 on 4. There's 8 players on the field
Okay,
at a time.
I'm not familiar.
That's
So,
okay.
thank you.
Sure.
And it'd be interesting to note, when I was out last Friday and watched, there were a number of girls who ride, and I think you had two all female teams competing against each other. Well, I hadn't seen that before, but it was really nice to see that as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions for petitioner?
Is there a barn on the property?
There's 2 barns on the property. There's 2 barns. There's one larger barn, and there's a smaller barn behind that barn. And then as we spoke about these shade rows, if you will, for the horses, these are not overnight stalls for the horses. They're not built and constructed for that purpose.
I guess I'm not finding them on the survey. Is that correct?
The barns themselves are the shed barns, the shade row barns. I'm not sure what you're asking.
What I'm asking about is like a regular a permanent
Yes.
structure
Two.
for the horses. So I see the stalls behind the house. See the stalls out in the middle of the field. Am I missing something?
So as we look at Exhibit 5, which is an aerial photo,
Yes,
Can you point to, I think that's a house. I understand where the locker rooms are. Sorry for my ignorance.
So good point, Larry, that you noticed. The house, the garage, and the barn are all connected. It's one structure. So that's why you didn't recognize a separate barn, although behind the house is a separate barn that also can house horses. More of a square building versus a long building.
Any other questions for the petitioner's representative or the petitioner at this time? Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any remonstrators here tonight? Of course.
In addition, do I understand that there has been a survey filed?
I defer to our staff.
Those were not among the materials that were released to the public.
Yes, they were submitted after the packets went out. They were given to the BZA members. I think it's in that additional information.
I'd like to have an opportunity to look at the survey.
Sure.
Because frankly, I prepared my presentation on the basis that we were where we were. No survey. Yeah. We'll allow me a moment.
Of course. Thank you, sir. Yep. Okay.
I've seen the 8.5, 11 moving. A bigger one.
I'm fine. Either you want to see the larger survey?
See a bigger
Sure.
one. I thought I had at least 3 hours before I.
Should also note, while we're giving you a moment, our rules of procedure do suggest that as a prerogative to not hear a case that begins after 10 p.m. So hopefully we don't have to run into that scenario.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that, please?
It's not relevant to you. Our rules and procedures say that we do not have to start a hearing after 10 p.m. And unless you take longer than that to prepare, you're gonna have to deal with this mob of people.
I promise I will not be here till 10. My bedtime is early. I do not have an assistant like Mr. Price. We are looking at the audio tech department of Towsley Law Office. In addition, I'll be speaking to both petitions since they've been combined. I'll trust that the board will recognize that I am speaking to 2 petitions and will need that amount of time.
I would encourage you to be as concise as possible as we have a full agenda.
I always endeavor to be concise.
Thank you.
I will admit that my presentation is going to be disjointed. As I said before, I was unaware that there was a survey that had been submitted. My presentation was in part based upon that. Finally, is there a closer extension I can plug into? You can see my cord extends there.
believe we have
There
IT.
used to be something up here. Oh, I do? Great. There is still something up here. Thank you. Now let's hope this turns on. This will take me just a moment to get to the PowerPoint. My client unfortunately witnessed Mr. Price and saw his PowerPoint and wanted to know if I could do one. Right. Do we have the monitors on, please?
Risk of getting too technical, you may need to change your resolution.
Okay. Actually, there may be one other thing I need to do.
Or hit function F7.
Show all delete. Okay, that works on my TV.
So if you look ahead, we can see it on the large. So
There
I
it
think
is.
we're okay.
We're good. We'll switch into show mode in a moment.
And I don't believe we've heard your name or address at this point.
Oh, I'll give that to you.
Wonderful.
I just wanted to have the official screen up. There we go. All right. My name is John Towsley. I'm an attorney. My office is located at 410 West Oak Street, Suite 8, Zionsville, Indiana, 46077-1600. My telephone number is area code 317-636-2900. And my email is jtowsley@towsleylaw.com. I am here tonight on behalf of the Hart family and the Parks family. As you can see from the presentation, you can view the Parks property. Colleen Parks lives here. Reen Hart and Deanna Hart, his wife, live here. Deanna is Colleen's daughter. And further north, you can see the Hickory Hall Polo Club. You can see the woods that adjoin the southern periphery. And what you can't see are the stables and the other buildings, lean-to buildings, that are located across that southern border. We'll have close-ups of those momentarily. Parks family has lived and farmed in this area since 1930s. They own approximately 240 acres, part of which abuts the petitioner's property on the south, as I've indicated. I also represent the Hart family. They live within earshot of the petitioner's property, 970 feet away. Both families have farming backgrounds. Dan Parks and Paul Hart won the prestigious Boone County Farmer of the Year Award. For many years, their families have contributed to the well-being of Union Township. They have a number of reasons for choosing to live in the county, in the country. Of foremost importance was peace, quiet, and space typically associated with an agricultural setting. I sat on the back deck back in June on the Hart property. I live in the village, so I don't get to do things like this too often. Came to appreciate what it takes, what it's like to look over open fields and woods while watching the deer come out and feed. It's quite an experience, great experience. It was restful, it was pastoral. And then the music and the PA system came on. I've lived in the village since 1978. Lived in my present house at 3rd and Pine since 1982. I'm a short distance to Lincoln Park, Lions Park, Main Street. Get a lot of noise that way. But I got to tell you, since 1978, I cannot recall hearing as loud a noise at 3rd and Pine as I did that night at the Hart Home. Peace and quiet is important, admittedly more to some than to others. From prior comments by board members at other hearings that I've attended, and people associated seeing some of the letters on the solar project, it's apparent that those qualities are important to them and shared by many. Let's talk about the noise. As I've stated, the Parks and the Hearts have enjoyed a peaceful and quiet rural life for a long time. Subject property is located in the AG Rural Zoning District. This district was designed to preserve the agricultural way of life while allowing limited residential development. Their families enjoyed approximately 80 years of peace and quiet, normal for a rural area, until the Hickory Hall Polo Club was established. I understand approximately 18 years ago, perhaps 19. How noisy is it? Well, as you can see from the slide up there, starts off, we have a decibel meter we've used. Starts off at about 30 to 35 decibels on average in the mornings. Now they deal with live and recorded music, as well as a loud PA system, announcements in a traditionally quiet rural setting on Fridays, Saturdays sometimes in the past, from approximately 5 p.m. to midnight on some nights. And by the way, I'm very pleased that the petitioner has offered to limit that. I would point out, though, that he wants to limit to 10:30, and I believe the special event permit says 10 o'clock. The Hearts now have to plan their Friday evenings based upon the activities of their neighbors. They move inside when the noise gets too loud. The windows and the walls facing the petitioner's property vibrate and shake. It's so loud that Mr. Hart now knows the lyrics to The Candyman by Sammy Davis Jr. It's a very popular song out there. It's played every time the airplane drops candy. Imagine what that's like, having that run through your head. Now you may say, well, 65 decibels is only, what, about half more than 35, the baseline? Not true. If you're not familiar with decibels, about every 10 decibels, every time it goes up 10 decibels, the volume doubles. So 45 decibels is twice as loud as a 35 decibel baseline. 55 decibels is as loud, it's twice as loud as 45, over 400% over the bass. 65 decibels is twice as loud as 55, over 800% over the bass. You may also say there's, I think, at least one letter, perhaps more, in the file that say that there's no noise. Not a problem. I would suggest to you, though, that the neighbors moved in after the Polo Club was established. They knew what they were buying into, just like I did when I chose to live in the village. Others, letters, well, perhaps they were there for the entertainment. They don't have to live with it. They can leave. What's the remedy? Our favorite would be deny the special exception. But we recognize that under the circumstances, it may be difficult and you may disagree with us. We would ask first that if there's to be music, it not be amplified. But if it is, let's at least try to limit the volume so that the decibel level is not significantly greater than what they've come to enjoy over the years. Say 40 decibels as a baseline. Let's limit the hours the music can be played, 5 p.m. to the end of the polo match, or 9 p.m., which is ever its earliest. Let's limit the use to no more than 18 Fridays between June 1st and October 1st. Now, you may notice the highlights that are on the screen. Those are things that which I think we have agreement on, as you heard today and during my discussions with Mr. Andrioli. Those things that don't have highlights, I don't think there is any agreement concerning. The Chandlers also asked for development standards variance, reducing the rear buffer yard setback line for the existing horse stalls, allegedly between 2 to 5 feet from the property line, when a minimum setback of 40 feet is required from the property line due to the required buffer. So we shouldn't be talking about 20. We should be talking about 40. And if you look at what has been submitted before, assuming I don't go beyond it, I believe that's based on 20. If you take a look at the slides, double that, and that is the area I believe that we should be talking about. Dealing within the 20 does not deal with the problem. And how many times do you want to have to deal with the problem? These are the stables that we were talking about. I walked the line when I was there in June. You can see the farm fence leaning over. The interesting thing to me is how they lean. Normally, you want things to stand up straight. Could indicate several things, perhaps the 4x4 posts are failing. Another interesting thing, though, about this is that those posts that support the roof, they're actually in two pieces. This is another picture, and you can kind of see it better. See how odd that looks. It would appear this could have been an oops moment for somebody. As the stalls were originally built to a lower level, maybe they thought that polo pony meant the same thing as Shetland pony. I don't know. But what they did was they added on another piece to the top, put it together. That's not structural. In addition, you can see the waviness of the roof supports. Now, there's a letter from Mr. Hart, who's the construction manager, that we've submitted in the files that outlines a number of different construction defects that exist with those stables. At the end of the stables, we have the junk. That's what it looks like. That needs to be moved out of the 40-foot buffer yard. If we're going to do this, do it right. So what are the problems? Well, now that we have an accurate survey, kick out the first point and the second point and the third point. Had I only known, gentlemen, I could have made this so much shorter. The requested variance also, as I pointed out, doesn't include other structures that are located within the buffer yard. Although they've talked about commitments about moving the diesel tanks, but not the propane tank. They also talked about moving them not outside of the 40, but at 20, I guess halfway compromise. It doesn't remedy the substandard construction that we see there now. And frankly, the horse stalls aren't necessary. As you've heard, they're used basically so horses rest between matches. There's a farm fence right next to a woods for shade. There's water. You could tie the horses up and they're not going to be there very long. They're just resting between matches. This is what our assessor thinks of the construction. D's and F's. So what's the remedy? Oh, wait a minute. Let's go back for a moment. Thought this was interesting. Construction type, earth. And that's doesn't really speak very well to how those structures are built. What's the remedy? Well, our favorite would be to deny the development standards variance. Or, if you grant this, require the removal of all existing buildings and structures to 20 feet from the boundary line. We'll agree with that. Require that any moved buildings pass a code inspection. Frankly, I doubt that the lean-tos would, but if they do, great. Do not allow any new permanent or temporary buildings and structures to be erected or placed within the 40-foot required yard. That's what our ordinance provides for, and that's what should be complied with. Require that all fuel, liquid containers, refuse, and debris be promptly removed from the 40-foot required buffer. I understand the petitioner is okay as far as the diesel storage, but he wants to leave the propane. It should be moved. We can skip this one now since we have a survey. I was really looking forward to talking about this. What I'd like to talk about now is the traffic. This is a slide from the town council meeting. I gotta say that YouTube is great. As I went on it, pulled up the council meeting, and I pulled off this slide. This was a presentation by the Chandlers. Mr. Chandler, Greg Chandler, who's with us tonight, is here. Son Austin was there. Austin did, I think, most of the presentation. Did a good job. You should be proud of your son. What does this show? On average, 476 cars and 1,428 spectators attend each Hickory Hollow Club event. Most cars show up after the gates open at 5 o'clock. Matches start at 6. There are 18 events planned for this year, resulting in an estimated 8,568 trips over a little more than 4 months. Attended by a total of 25,704 spectators. Business has increased 72% since 2019, according to Austin. Crowds and traffic obviously are going to increase as well. John and Amanda Arkin reported in June 24, 2021 letter to the BZA members filed on July 2nd in the Brickyard Solar Project that as recently as 2020, we were unable to get trucks and equipment in and out of our adjacent farm field due to an event at the facility, referring to Hickory Hall. Cars lined the country road in all evenings as we tried to work. That's what it produces. Mr. Hart did his own little survey, went out to the corner of the nearest intersection. He lives close by. And from this, what's interesting to see is the impact on traffic. For instance, at 5:15, there were 42 vehicles entering Hickory Hall. There were 15 vehicles that were queuing on that road. Back up with 15 vehicles. The truck and a small trailer had to wait 8 minutes in a queue in order to pass by. This obviously is a problem with both normal vehicular traffic, people just trying to get home on a Friday afternoon, and what's going to be done about emergency vehicles. What's the remedy? Well, I also want to talk about East County Road 100. That is actually the road that's in front. What's the remedy? You can deny the special exception request or speed up the queue by requiring cars right now basically queue on the road in order to be allowed entry where they take the tickets near the entrance. This causes a backup. What you could do is allow the cars to go ahead and enter and park, and then collect your revenue at that point. Now, I agree, this is going to take time, more time than just simply making everybody wait and come in a nice narrow line. But it's going to allow people to get home faster. It's going to allow emergency vehicles access. It's going to protect the public safety, which is one of your duties. We also want to require law enforcement to direct traffic. Now that's highlighted because that's agreed upon commitment. Although I think law enforcement right now is basically located just at the entrance. We think it should be elsewhere. This is a photo off the website from Hickory Hall. I saw it and liked it because at that age, I'd like to do that. a young man holding up what I assume is libation. This is at Hickory Hall. It's one of the reasons I suppose people go out there to celebrate or have a good time. The Harts live on County Road 800 East. It's a gravel road. They've experienced the same exponential growth in traffic coming and going to the Hickory Hall Polo Club. They've also experienced the road dust and the roadside debris increase in the traffic generated. The Harts spend approximately $800 per year to have a dust control product sprayed on their road. Boone County also requires that if they do that, they get to maintain the road. They're responsible for it. They also get to spend their weekends picking up trash. That's why the photo's there. That's the sort of stuff that he finds in front of his house and elsewhere. Now, can I trace it back to Hickory Hall? No, I mean, they don't write their names on it, but it doesn't seem to be coincidence, or maybe they do. What's the remedy? Deny the special exception request, or require a large sign be posted acceptable to the Harts and a law officer at the intersection of West Baseline Road and County Road 800 East. That would be to the south of the Harts and at the intersection of County Road East 100 North, urging people entering or leaving HHPC to not use County Road North 800 to enter or leave it. Now, I highlighted that because my client said, you know, we really don't care about sign. What we want is traffic control. We want to keep the traffic down. And the best way to do that is a law enforcement officer. So we think as a part of the responsibility, as part of the commitments, the petitioner should be required to control the traffic that goes not only on the street that's in front of them, but also on the street that intersects them. Another picture from the website. And to look at it, it's really a great picture. Looks like it's going to land on you. An airplane flies over the event crowd at halftime, throttles back, and drops candy. A few years ago, and I know that they're going to commit never to set up another Chinese lantern, but I just couldn't avoid this. Chinese lanterns were set aloft as a part of an event. What could go wrong? Well, to begin with, the airplane flies over gathering children and adults under 1,000-foot minimum set by the FAA while losing airspeed, disregarding potential mechanical failures. I listened to that engine. It needs a tune-up. And unexpected downdrafts, which you cannot anticipate. Imagine a plane caught in a downdraft. Imagine a plane that cannot throttle back up. Imagine at that height as it's coming in. Where is it going? This is what the FAA says. Basically, except for takeoff or landing, you don't operate a plane over an open air assembly of persons at an altitude less than 1,000 feet above the highest obstacle within a horizontal radius of 2,000 feet of the aircraft. Now, the highest obstacle within 2,000 feet are probably the trees that are in the woods that we talked about, anywhere from 80 to 100 feet. So you're probably talking about keeping the plane to a level of somewhere over 1,100 feet above that crowd in order to keep them safe.
Mr. Townsley, I would remind you that I don't know anything about the FAA, nor do I have any jurisdiction over them, nor do I have any jurisdiction over the building codes and how to enforce them. So I would ask that you keep us pointed in the right direction on the SC and the setbacks, please.
I think I understand. I understand the argument. I think the same thing. But I think you're here also for public health and safety, and it really would not be hard to take care of this. My client also, one of the things that you're responsible for, you have to make a determination, is the impact of the use upon adjacent properties. The parks property is adjacent. I'm certain you wouldn't argue that Chinese lanterns are a good idea.
I think the Chinese lanterns, we agree, are off the table.
We do,
So-
and that's good. I'm not disagreeing with you. By the same token, let me finish my thought. I'm sure we could agree that a plane that is flying below FAA regulations, at the height you saw on that picture, throttling back as it's going over the park's property, is a potential danger to that property.
We could probably agree to that, yes. But again, I'm not the FAA.
I just provide that to you as a baseline, something for you to look at and make your determination. I don't know the FAA. You've just exhausted my knowledge, by the way.
You've increased mine on it, so.
Yes, and I hope our
Let's
decimal
keep
levels
to
too.
the SE as well as the setbacks, please.
These are the lanterns. That's what happens to them. So what's the remedy? Again, you can deny the request. I think you can require the petitioners to monitor any overflights and take any necessary action to assure they don't descend below that 1,000-foot level or violate other relevant FAA regulations. You can, and you know, it's not hard. You tell your pilot to get in the plane and fly at a level of 1,100 feet or thereabouts. You look at him and you can determine how high he is. And then if he ever comes back and he gets below that level, you can say you're fired because you're endangering people that are down there. You could also get a helicopter. Helicopters can go below because of their special landing propensity as opposed to an airplane.
Seriously, is this going anywhere?
Yeah, I'm suspicious that the sound would be worse with a helicopter.
Okay.
And we
We'll
talked
proceed.
about the sound earlier.
Where are we at on time?
Yeah.
Are we keeping,
Do you have
John?
any idea? 23 minutes.
Okay.
What's our limits?
I will endeavor again, somewhat difficult given the way the presentation was originally
I
prepared.
understand you had an adverse condition. I agree with that statement.
Okay. There's been a lot of talk about charities. I think that's great that they're giving so much money to the charity. But this is a business, not a charity. The petitions are submitted by individuals, not a charity. It's a business that basically sells a charity to get to keep the money on the admission fee. It sells to for-profit businesses who advertise on it. In fact, you look at their website, it does that heavily. Charges $40 for general admission. It has various revenue streams. Business has been good, up 72% since 2019. 18 events planned for this year would produce an income of $327,000 at least. That excludes whatever collected for the corporate sponsorships, polo club memberships, lessons. I don't offer any criticism of that at all. Making profits the main reason for most businesses in general. But they can take these steps to make it safer. We ask that you deny the special exception request, or if you don't, require that the variance granted by the town of Zionsville not be expanded. I think we're in agreement upon that with the petitioner. He's in agreement after we made that request. We require that the special use granted cease at some point in the future if it goes out of the hands of the Chandler family. They've agreed to that. We asked that the commitments be recorded. They've agreed to that. We've asked that the commitments be enforceable by the town of Zionsville Board of Zoning Appeals. We also asked that they allow us to enforce them. They wouldn't agree to that. My clients will concede to not being on that. I think they should be because it just gives them that authority. But if that helps, just take them off. Your responsibilities: protect the public health, safety, comfort, and general welfare. Protect adjacent property owners from injury to or adverse impact upon their properties. I've discussed in many ways that petitions harm the public and hurt the adjacent properties. I've also submitted suggested findings of fact on both petitions, outlining the reasons why each petition should be denied in order to carry out your duties. We respectfully urge you to adopt them. While we strongly believe that both petitions should be denied, we also have submitted proposed commitments along with a summary of responses by the petitioners and staff. I hope you have that.
We do.
These commitments if made could lessen their impact if you approve one or both petitions. Thank you.
Mr. Towesley, are you available for a couple questions?
Yes.
Thank you. I would note that you represent two families, kind of through marriage, but two groups there. One of them has an adjoining property. The one is in close proximity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. As I count, and this is, I'm working off of Exhibit 2, which is the aerial map. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, depending on if you count a corner, 6 other adjoining properties. Have you heard from any of those neighbors?
I'm familiar. They have neighbors. I was unaware there were 6 of them, and I do not know any of them.
It may be 5. If you count a corner, it's so.
Sure.
We'll
I
go.
realize this is approximate.
You haven't heard from, okay. In addition, I would also note that I counted 6 homes in closer proximity if you measure from the center of the polo field. Then your then your representative. And again, I'm going to ask the same question again. You haven't heard from them as well, correct?
They have not contacted me.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. Now it's not their obligation to. I understand you represent your client, and that's fine. But okay. Are there any other questions for the remonstrators representative?
So why now? It's been going on for 18 years. Why now? Wasn't a problem for 17, at least not enough so to try and stop this or force a special exception.
I think my clients were unaware that they could do anything about it until recently. They turned in a complaint in 2020, which resulted in the petitioner waiting until 2021 to come before you.
Okay. What's the decibel level of farm equipment?
Pardon?
What's the decibel level of farm equipment?
I'm sorry.
Combine
off the top of
during-
my head.
Okay. I'm just curious. There are other things out there that make noise, so I'm just,
They do.
Well, Chris, I can help with that. I found a little site, yale.edu, assuming that's a fairly viable group. Let's see, a whisper is 25 dBA. A household refrigerator is 55 dBA. Vacuum cleaner 75, and a lawnmower is 107. I don't think the music is getting louder than a lawnmower, which probably isn't getting any louder than a tractor. Is that about where you want to go?
yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that it's not, that it couldn't be perceived as a nuisance. I completely believe that it could be. I just feel like if you're in rural farmland, there are other things that happen as frequently or more frequently, maybe not for, well, probably for at least that duration, if not more, that are as loud or louder.
I wouldn't disagree with you. Okay, there are occasions when people go out and farm, when they're done, you wait. There are times when activities are much louder, but let's focus on the Fridays when the activities are. You come home in the evening, you've worked all week, you're looking for, or perhaps under COVID, you were stuck at home. But at least in the future and in the past, you come home at 5 o'clock, you've lived in this area for a long time. You remember the times when you could come home, sit on your porch, you could look out over those crops, it was quiet. And you could see those things that go on in a rural setting. And then it all changes. Now, you would have been better off if you've been like me, somebody who's lived in the village, who's lived close to activities that are loud and noisy, and is used to it. But I'm saying that when you have a rural way of life that people have been able to enjoy, it's important to preserve it.
Combine, do they not farm on Friday evenings?
I don't know if they use a combine, but if your point is that occasionally there are things that come out and are much noisier than this, that's fine. I don't disagree with you.
Just trying to give some context of what happens on those Fridays versus any other Friday where the
Normally
farmer
don't
may
have combines out at
farm.
what, 5 to 9 o'clock? Sometimes.
You're in a room full of farmers.
Yeah, I think you're going to lose that argument. Yeah.
My bad.
They start up before you're up and they finish
Okay.
it once you're.
Mr. Townsley, I had no idea. I wouldn't have known.
I'm getting educated.
Yeah, if your bedtime's 9, they're not done farming yet. So.
Any other questions for Mr. Townsley at this point? Thank you, Mr. Townsley.
Thank you.
Mr. Andrewli? As you know, we have a large agenda, so thank you, sir.
Oh, let's put this aside rather than try to figure out how to turn it on. You won't, you can use it.
Just some brief comments. I know there are a number of people in the audience that live immediately adjacent to this that would love to talk with you tonight. I'm going to leave that up to your judgment, Mr. Wolf, given the lateness of how this long this has taken and given what else we have on the agenda tonight. I know I had to hold Mr. Williams back there during Mr. Townsley's comments, but let me offer this. This is an event that's enjoyed by the entire family. So there's a lot of kids that are out there. Believe me, Mr. Chandler does not want to sacrifice the hard work that he is committed to over the years by not having appropriate insurance and those types of things to try to make sure that he is appropriately protected from an insurance standpoint. He has that, but nobody is going to allow him, certainly not me, allow him to place Mr. Hart or anybody else unnamed as a named insured on his policy. There's no way that that's going to happen. In fact, it's an unreasonable request and we rejected it out of hand when Mr. Townsley asked it. It's just not something that can be done and should be done, quite frankly. As far as the plane flying over, that's been done the entire time he's been there. Mr. Chandler had a discussion with Mr. Hart about that. There was a comment made or a complaint made to the FAA. The FAA came out, talked to Mr. Chandler, talked to the pilot. We've not heard any more about that from the FAA or anything of that nature because that issue was resolved as far as we were concerned. So these planes fly slow. These are, you saw the type of plane that it was, but they drop candy for the kids and this, that, and the other, and it makes it a real family event. If I had raised some of the concerns that, and I'm saying this respectfully, that Mr. Townsley had raised regarding this particular project, my wife would accuse me of being how does she phrase it? A fun
Careful.
sucker. Because you suck all the fun out of something. And I understand his client has concerns, but Mr. Wolf, you asked a question about whether he'd been contacted by the adjacent neighbors. He has not, but this board has been contacted because we have submitted letters from the adjacent neighbors in glowing terms about the activities out there for the past 18 years. And we did that because we wanted the board to understand that while Mr. Hart may have a complaint, it's not a complaint that is generally associated with the rest of the neighborhood. Quite to the contrary. Mr. Chandler had checked, and I had checked previously with regard to the Sheriff's Department, if there are any complaints about people having to wait on County Road 100 as people are entering the facility at 6 o'clock. There have been no complaints with the Boone County Sheriff's Department with regard to that. So I'm not suggesting that there aren't some minor inconveniences. We'd be willing to go ahead and reduce our music to 10 o'clock and give another half an hour break with regard to that. The music is not loud, and Mr. Williams lives next door. He could tell you about that if you choose to hear from him. So I would respectfully request that this special exception meets all of the criteria. I'm not going to tell you what your responsibilities are. You know what your responsibilities are, and you know how to meet those out. So I'm not going to be here and dictate to you what you should or should not do. You'll make that judgment. I'm suggesting we think we've met our burden of proof in that regard with regard to this particular application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrewli. Before you step down, I would just want to review the list of commitments that you provided us. You just corrected one, which is commitment number 2 from 10:30 to 10. And then in addition, I think there's a couple we haven't documented. And what we discussed tonight was limiting the season from June 1st to October 1st.
And yeah, we need that amended from June 1st to October 1st, but still only 18 events.
Yep. So I don't see those listed on this list of commitments. Would you be amenable to us adding that?
Yes, absolutely. That is a major part of it. It was not listed on that. It was listed in my narrative, but I did not get that on the list. So it would be from June 1st to October 1st, but only 18 events. And they conduct on Friday unless there's a rain delay, as Mr. Chandler did mention.
Thank you. Any other follow-up questions?
Yeah, Mr. Wolf, if I could, on number 2, where we talk about cutting music off at 10 PM, would you be amenable to having that say 10 PM or as allowed by the special use permit or special event permit? 10 PM or as allowed by the special event permit, because if the event permit dictates that,
I don't know that. they
I don't think
require
we
it
should-
on the permit itself. So.
so
I think
then,
I think from our standpoint, we'll keep it at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
If there's something that appears on the permit from the mayor's office, we're going to
You're
abide by it.
I just
Obligated
don't,
to adhere to it.
yeah, I just don't want us to be putting something in here that goes in contradiction to another.
I really don't want to change that under the 10 o'clock, but if there's something that appears on a permit or something like that, that we're required to meet, I know Mr. Chandler is happy to talk with the mayor about this. She's been supporting it, so we'll be happy to go ahead and work that out with the administration.
Okay.
and Make sure we're doing it the way they want it done as well.
All right.
Mr. Andreoli, maybe one last question. The one element that I think does deserve some consideration, and that is avoiding the queuing up of cars getting in. I don't know if having them flow in and collect later works, but I can see that could be a safety concern. It also could be a concern with the farmers that are wanting to get through with big equipment. So if it avoided a line of cars out on the public road, get them off that road more quickly, is that something that could be considered?
You talk about County Road 100 or the gravel road?
No, the road in which they enter into the polo
Yeah,
field.
which is 100, I believe.
100 north.
Sorry?
100.
Yes.
Right, the road in which they turn to enter into the polo fields.
What about that?
Mr. Towsley was suggesting that perhaps one way to eliminate some of the traffic would be to collect the money inside of the facility as opposed to allowing people to queue up on 100 and they do it one by one.
I don't know that that's going to be permissible because some of the people go straight because there's parking for sponsors and those types of things. Some of them are directed left to go around the polo field. So you're going to have to at least take it, maybe what we can.
Mr. Andreoli, we're not getting any of your comments.
Maybe what we can do is agree to try to take it as far into the facility on Mr. Chandler's property as possible, and we will commit to you that we will work on that, try to get that done. We have, 50 or 100 volunteers generally on a Friday night. So it would seem to me that we might be able to move that into his property a little bit closer, but we're going to have some backup with the number of cars and that we've had the last 18 years and the activity level there. There's going to be some cars. We just have never heard, other than from Mr. Hart, we've never heard any complaints from either the neighbors, sheriff's department, or any other single complaint that we're aware of. So I want to be responsive, but I don't want to have to create a solution for something that's not really a problem. Because we're going to get some backup this Monday, no matter what we do. Because we can't go too far in because those people have to turn left to go to the polo field as opposed to go straight.
I've been there
You
for
have-
an event.
Good.
It is possible to solve that problem. It just won't be as easy for the charity who is collecting money. I agree. The example that Mr. Towsley gave was that a truck waited 8.5 minutes in order to be able to pass through there. And that is excessive, I would say. And I think it does create a potential safety hazard. So I'm asking for a commitment that you would look at another way you might be able to find to move traffic quickly off of the street into the polo grounds.
We don't, personally, I don't think that's a difficult request or an unreasonable request. And I think we can, anything we can do from a public health and safety standpoint would make sense. So yes, we will make a commitment to try to work to ease that burden so there's not as much stacking on County Road 100 turning into the facility.
Any other questions for Mr. Andreoli? Mr. Towesley, our rules and procedures allow you a few moments. Our rules and procedures allow you a few moments of.
Yes. Stop, get out of my seat. We've asked for insurance. There's an easy solution. When you apply for a special event permit, you're supposed to certify that you have insurance. At the time they do that, have them provide a copy of the policy. Have them do that by,
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? What,
when you get a special event permit, you're to certify that you have insurance. I've asked for the file that was produced. It does have a question, do you have insurance? Logical. Why not say, okay, at the time you're doing that, you're only gonna do it once a year, submit your insurance policy. Do it by May 1st. That gives people like the Harts and everybody around there the ability to look at the policy and determine whether it offers coverage to people who live in the area. It's something really that should be, certifying that you have insurance doesn't necessarily mean that you got insurance.
Yes, it does. And no, you're not going to provide insurance to adjoining property owners. Drop it.
And I'm not asking that.
Yes, you are.
Well, I'm backing off. Well, let me put it this way.
Move on.
As an attorney,
Okay.
when
As a
you
property
have
owner.
a liability policy, it typically
Covers
flows to
the
people who are
insured,
injured.
covers the property that the event is on. It does not cover adjoining neighbors or other people.
I would respectfully disagree with you on that.
I get them every weekend. And they are
You and I
Provided to me
obviously worked in different.
by,
insurance
well, they're
arenas.
provided to me by the people using my property for their events to
Okay.
cover me and them and the people visiting and participating in the event. Doesn't cover the people across the street.
All right. I was just trying to make a suggestion that would make this easier.
thank you, Mr. Towesley.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so for those of you who are new to our home game, this is an opportunity where we have for public comment. We have officially used our allotted time for this, but if someone feels really passionately and wants to be super short-winded, I'd be willing to listen to it. You gotta be super quick. Okay, you do. And I'm sorry, let me be very clear. If you feel for or against this particular petition, you have the right to speak on it. We are out of time, so I want to keep this super concise.
Get this out of your way.
Do you need my name and
I
address?
do, yeah.
Phone number, social security?
No, I don't want that stuff. Nope, hard pass. Just your name and address, please.
Okay, my name is Lisa Kellum, Kellum. My address is 7501 East 100 North, Whitestown, Indiana 46075. I live 2 properties to the west of the polo fields, and I just want to comment on a few things that were mentioned tonight. First of all, it is beautiful country out there. It's beautiful agriculture. It's part of what makes it so appealing to come out there. It's a wonderful, wholesome family event. Many friends, people that I network with, bring their teams. It becomes an engagement for multiple people to come out there. In addition to the beverages, there's also fruit pouches, sodas, and waters. And it's really, truly a family event. $40 to pay for a carload. My car holds 8. We fill it, and that's $5 a head. It's really quite a wonderful event to come and watch polo ponies, learn the game, listen to some music, and have a good time. Since I live 2 properties to the left of that, on the night where I know that people are coming or going, it moves very quickly. It's never been a bother to me. If I really need to get somewhere, I may go left instead of right out of my driveway. Noise, as a matter of fact, if I sit on the east side of the polo field, I prefer to sit on the west side of the field, because if I'm on the east side, I can't hear the announcer. It's very hard to hear. Many people have commented on that. If I'm on the west side of the field, I can actually hear the announcer speak. My house is on the west side of the field. And if I open my back door and sit outside, sometimes I do that just to hear the events because I think it's a beautiful event. It's a family friendly. Kids love it. They run out on the fields. They can't wait for the Candyman to play. Brings back memories for the older folks too. It's a lot of fun. And when I shut my back door, I don't hear any sound at all. I would not know that there's a polo match going on at all. Traffic has never been an issue. I've lived there for 3 years. My family, my in-laws lived there for 7 prior to that. Never once complained. They are hard people to please, very easy people to irritate. I never heard one complaint in that entire time. So I just,
Kellum, I would remind you, you just said that on the record.
Yep.
And she may be watching and she would absolutely agree.
I have no doubt about that. She would laugh at me right now and appreciate what I'm saying because she also felt like it was a wonderful event to be supported by as many people as possible. So I just think it's a wonderful thing. And again, being a neighbor and also someone who frequently attends, I'm happy to give the $40 for charitable events. I always look at the charities. I have picked friends and folks that I work with. I have people that come from out of state to come and participate in this because it's such a unique event. So I appreciate the Chandlers and what you have done to make this available to the community. And I recommend everyone who has not been there to attend, and we will tailgate next to you. So you know where I live.
Thank you, Ms. Kellum, for another neighbor's perspective. You may. I'm going to say after this, I've got one more. I'm out of time. I got a long agenda tonight.
My name is Jimmy Williams, and I live at 7829 East 100 North, which is right next door to the polo field. I'm within 1,200 feet of the stand where they announce, and when I'm sitting in my family room at night, I don't even hear it. I don't even hear the airplane come over sometimes. So the bull hockey that I've heard tonight is just crazy, crazy. And this is not the first time that the person that's complaining has complained about other things. For instance, I'm going to give you a little instance here.
Please be short with us.
I'll be
Okay.
short. I have a fence row in the back of my property. I had it cleared out. I had Kevin Miller come in, clear it all out. I needed to put new fence in. So before they put the fence in, I wanted to go back and grade the ground out. So I had my bucket down there grading it back toward me. All of a sudden, this person comes up and frailing his arms and raising all kinds of hell. Don't put that dirt on my property, you know, and I wasn't putting it on his property. So this gives you an idea what this individual is. There are people, when I was a kid, I had a lady, if you hit the ball in her yard, she grabbed it and ran and put it in the house. She wouldn't let you play, you know, so.
Mr. Williams, for
Anyway.
clarity's sake, are you to the east or the west of the polo field?
I'm east of the polo field.
Okay.
Very-
Thank you, sir.
I'm the very next property.
Right next
east
door
of
to the
him.
east. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thanks for participating in our conversation. I'm going to allow one more. If no one jumps up in the next 30 seconds, I'm going to stop. We're out of time. 5 seconds. Okay, time's up. May we have the staff report, please?
Certainly, for purposes of discussion, I will combine this special exception and the variance into one presentation. Staff is supportive of the special exception as filed. Certainly, as this board knows, the board is, or the zoning ordinance speaks to the test that a special exception needs to adhere to at a minimum to be considered by this group. Certainly, the special exception process for special type uses is designed around the concept of a special use is locating where it is needed, where the mission drives it to be. In this particular case, you do have an agricultural area that is being utilized for an agricultural purpose as described this evening. Specific to the setback for the structures related to temporary housing of animals. That is a very common feature in the agricultural district where you would place an outbuilding or some sort of three-sided shelter for an animal such as a horse to take a break, to throw hay, to simply provide shelter that is not commonly found in the barn where they would be residing otherwise. Certainly those structures, agricultural district does mandate a setback. The zoning ordinance for other buildings that are actually used for habitation of humans, there is actually relief from that 40-foot setback based upon the installation of vegetation. So it's unique that our zoning ordinance does not provide that same test for an outbuilding for an animal, but does provide that for a human. Be all that said, an agricultural use it's very common to find out structures in the pastures, in the fields that are designed primarily to provide for care of the animals. And certainly staff is recognizing that as part of this petition this evening. Again, staff is supportive of petitions as they've been filed, certainly is open and considering the commitments as proposed, and happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeLong. Any questions for staff?
Yes, Wayne, those shelters for the horses, would those have to be permitted if they were being built new and inspected as such?
They would receive building permits because it's an agricultural structure. There's only a two-step process, footing and final. There is no review in between. Simply, again, it's an agricultural building. Certainly, these buildings were constructed well before my tenure with the town, or probably almost all building inspectors that are, this area was rural prior to all this, but certainly there'd be inspections of the structure, footing and final.
The only reason I ask is, as an architect, I'm not a structural engineer, but I do believe that some of the comments noted about the structural integrity of those buildings do raise some concerns for me. And for hopefully anybody that does put horses under them, it would be worthwhile to have some sort of inspection done. I don't know if we can require a post permit be filed and then an inspection be done, but those top plates are sagging where the joists are, and that's concerning. So I don't know what purview you have at this point over that.
Well, certainly as if mandated by the Board of Zoning Appeals, there could be, a requirement for a permit, a final inspection, a code compliance inspection related to the structures. Certainly there's mechanical fasteners, as you're touching upon, that could be utilized related to assist here. There's any number of things that we could provide.
There's no suggestion they be moved, just somebody say, hey, that's safe for not only people that will be under them caring for the horses, but for the animals themselves.
Any other questions for staff? Any discussion amongst the group? I would note that the petitioner has submitted a list of commitments that we discussed tonight. I think we added some specificity. We made some recommendations on the dates, June 1st to October 1st, as well as limited to 18 events. I think that is an additional commitment.
Yep, music at 10 o'clock on item number
Correct.
2.
So if you were to use that list of commitments in your recommended or in your motion, I think we would say as discussed tonight.
And I would offer for the board in their consideration, I would not focus on relying on the special exception, or I'm sorry, relying on the special event permitting process. That is a process that can ebb or flow or change or be deleted or added to. That's simply a policy of the town. So I would be hesitant to rely on an administrative process, be whatever rule it may have. If the board is leaning towards a specific time, such as 10 p.m., then let's articulate that as a part of your decision-making this evening.
I think I'm treating the list of commitments as proposed by the petitioner's representative as number 2 as 10 p.m. shut off of music. That's what we discussed.
Yes.
Any other discussion amongst the group? I would note that we have 2 petitions in front of us. We need to treat them individually.
You looking for a motion?
I am looking for a motion. Thank you, Mr. Mundy.
I move the docket 2021-17-SE, special exception to permit an outdoor recreational facility at Polo Field in the rural general agricultural district for the property located at 7551 East 100 North be approved as presented with a list of commitments that have been provided by the petitioner and altered to dates between June 1st and October 1st, no more than 18 events, and a change in the time that live music would end, making that 10 p.m. be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Mundy. Mr. Chair, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Mr. DeLong, I think we should do a roll call vote, please.
Certainly, Mr. Jones,
Aye.
Mrs. Campins,
Aye.
Mr. Lake,
Aye.
Mr. Mundy,
Aye.
Mr. Wolf.
Aye. Motion passes. I would note that we have another petition in front of us.
So I would move that docket number 2021-18-DSV, a development standard variance for a reduction of the rear buffer yard in the Rural General Agricultural District AG for the property located at 7551 East 100 North be approved based on the finding of facts, the staff report and presentation, with the exception that a permit be filed for these structures with a final inspection. And incorporating the list of commitments previously referenced.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, did you have discussion about that particular motion?
Yeah, I would disagree with the requirement for them to go back and provide a permit.
I think Mr. Lake is not concerned necessarily about the permit, but more about the safety. Is there a way we can address the safety issue?
You go to inspect every building in Boone County. That's what they're doing with this man.
I am familiar with in Indianapolis that when situations arise where someone has not pulled a permit for something in 2 years it's expired, the city actually cannot go back and request a permit. When it comes to the general safety, that becomes an issue for the property owner, his insurers, other groups operating in the facility. Everybody has the right to go look at it, and if they disagree with the safety of the structure, they don't have to use it. But I don't want to get in this habit of requesting someone to go back to a structure that's existed X number of years and get a permit.
But I think
That
the
would then apply to
exception
every
here-
barn we drive by every
I think
day.
the exception here is we are being asked to allow something that is non-conforming right now. And if we're going to allow it to exist in its current position, that it also should be safe. That's my concern. And looking at those images as an architect, I do feel like there is some level of concern.
Mr.
the way
Lake, would
those
you
are
be
constructed.
amenable to not requiring the permit, but adding a commitment that the petitioner have the structure inspected by a qualified
Qualified
individual?
I would be amenable to that.
Mr. Jones, does that seem reasonable?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Campins. Mr. DeLong, let's do a roll call vote again as well.
Sir. Mrs. Campins,
Aye.
Mr. Lake,
Aye.
Mr. Mundy,
Aye.
Mr. Wolf,
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. All right, we made it through one.
That's two.
Next item,
That is two, actually.
Yeah.
correct, correct. Yeah, let's give ourselves credit. This rate will be done by Memorial Day. Next on our agenda is item number 6, which new business, which brings us to docket 2021-19-DSV for the property located at 95 East Oak Street. Will the petitioner's representative please come forward, or the petitioner?
My name is Paul Kite with Strongbox Commercial, 65 East Cedar Street, Zionsville, Indiana. I represent Nicholson Orthodontics and Jim and Margie Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Kite. What is in front of us tonight?
We're asking for a variance of 9 parking spaces to allow for the construction of an addition to the existing business that would provide a new location for Dr. Nicholson to operate immediately west of the current house that he's been in for several decades now. And what he's proposing is a new structure and leaving the existing structure in place, which is what caused the need for the variance.
How many parking spaces are available today?
There's a gravel strip that isn't officially a parking area since it's not paved. And there are 6 or 7, depending on how many cars are squeezing in there since it's not lined.
And how many parking spaces are required?
There are 15 required, and we're providing 6 new spaces, including a handicap space with a ramp.
Mr. Kite, have you, or I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is the use of the addition solely for the orthodontics clinic?
Correct. And then the plan would be to, once Dr. Nicholson has moved out of the existing house into the new house, that he would lease that to another professional business. He's committing to not allowing a restaurant or retail use in that business on the property itself.
How many treatment bays and exam rooms will be in the new?
There's 6 to 7 chairs in the new space.
And then any other exam or other private treatment spaces outside of those chairs?
The consultation is the rest of it. Yeah.
Okay.
And the other consultation lab and break rooms.
How many staff does he employ? in that
Generally
facility?
4 to 5 at the most, that including Dr. Nicholson.
What are the hours of operation?
The hours of operation are 8 a.m. to 4 or 4:30 p.m. Monday through Thursday for patients. He's open Friday, but just he and his staff are there on Friday, unless there's an emergency. Then at lunch, in the lunch hour, he does not see patients during the lunch hour, and his staff is either eats there in the facility or goes to local restaurants.
Mr. Kite, have you made an attempt to secure parking from another location?
We have made an attempt to secure parking from another location. There's actually another variance out there that's competing for the same spaces. So we thought that it would be more beneficial to offer that these spaces, these private spaces, to the public after 6 p.m. But everybody's out of there by 5, so realistically, it's available after 5 for the public. So we thought that would be more beneficial than to have a leasing off-street parking from another private business.
Yeah, so in lieu of finding additional spaces, potentially up to 9, you have offered or committed to providing the existing 6 spaces as public parking after 6 p.m.
That's correct. And he's only open until noon on Friday.
Good to be a dentist.
Good to be a dentist.
So is it safe to say he would, while he's only required to have 15 spaces, he'd probably need 17, because you'll have, well, more than that, 'cause you'd have at least 6 patients in chairs, 6 patients waiting to go into chairs, and 5 staff. So you'd be at a minimum of 17 needed, even though calculated, you're only at 15.
I don't know how many people are waiting. I mean, every time I've been in there, there's only been 1 or 2 people waiting, even as a client. So not me personally, but my kids. But yeah, usually there's only 1 or 2 people waiting to go at any one time.
Mr. Lake, I would add that we may be adding to the problem if we lease the property next door when this new facility is.
Yeah, and that's my concern, is that just because there's a tabulated number, I don't know why you'd have 6 chairs plus consultation rooms if you only had 2 patients in there at a time. That seems like a gross waste of a facility. That's his choice, but if you calculate the max impact just based on occupancy you would expect to be there, you exceed the 15. If you lease out that space on the side, you add more to it. So I think we're grossly short. So on spaces.
Yeah. Mr. Kite, can you review with me? You found potentially off-site parking, but there's another variance that we have seen or haven't seen. You don't need to name it. I don't.
I've seen it, yes.
We have seen it. Oh, and they secured that parking?
It's not, I don't know that it's official yet, but it's being discussed. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we'll hear from some remonstrators today. I do not know. We oftentimes face parking problems, as you know, in the village. So this is a challenging situation.
I don't disagree, but I feel like contributing that space to public use after hours was more beneficial than having space reserved.
Yeah, I agree that 6 additional spaces after 6 p.m. is a welcome. I think many of our the business owners in the village might agree with that, but consuming additional spaces up to 9 potentially in the village during business hours may not be welcome. Any other questions for the petitioner right now?
What is across the street from his office, where the new office is gonna be?
The Lions Club. Well, you're talking about on Oak or
On Oak?
Cedar? I mean, Oak on
No, I'm sorry, on Elm.
Elm. The
Uh-huh.
Lions Club office is immediately east. Yeah.
Okay.
Say that if the additional spaces are needed in lieu of doing the public spaces, that we would be willing to commit to seek 9 additional off-street spaces in lieu of offering those 6 to the public.
What about both?
That would be.
I
That's-
mean, in the off hours, what use will they be to his office?
I don't disagree, but there is a price to pay and cleanup and things that, when you allow the public to use your parking lot, as we all know. So, I mean, I would have to consult with Dr. Nicholson on that one.
Mr. Kite, as I drove by the facility, and I do often, and I'm not my area of expertise, and I haven't seen what you're proposing for the new structure. Could you you've looked at adding more parking to the actual lot?
Yes, and when we originally considered the project, we talked to Dr. Nicholson about taking the existing building down and just building a new building to the west and using that for his parking. He felt like that existing building was important to the fabric of the town and was part of its identity and would like to keep it. So we thought that was a benefit to keep that building rather than taking it down and just building another building. Obviously, we have to meet all the SARC requirements and all that, but certainly we still have to do that with the addition.
Could he shrink his addition and backfill himself into a new, that original building as it's renovated?
We looked at that and we played around with it and did several drawings, and every time we did it, it sort of looked like an abomination adding that onto that existing building. So
It doesn't look stellar now.
yeah.
Uh,
Well, this is that's not by any means that's just a representation of what the size and scope would be. So please don't take that as what's coming before you, the town in the future.
Any other questions for Mr. Kite at this time?
I just got to make sure I just heard what I heard. So the drawings that you provided us really aren't what you're intending to build. Is that what you just said?
We've actually working on several different concepts and have approached, was our initial drawing.
I have no tolerance for it. I've spoken about this repeatedly. If the petitioners can't come forward with their proposed plan, don't come forward. We're being asked to grant variances on parking, but we don't really know what we're approving. We bent over backwards to make sure the sanctuary could function, but that was a structure that's existed since the 1800s. It was built at a time that there wasn't any parking needs. We can't keep infilling every vacant piece of land with structure, and we're backing ourselves into a bigger and bigger and bigger problem. And until the town addresses the overall parking issue, I see no reason we should keep approving these types of projects.
I'd say, given the less than consistent message that obviously we're not being able to deliver to you tonight, that we'd like to continue our request and come back to you next month.
Mr. Kite, we're generally amendable to continuance requests, especially if it brings us a more thorough petition that we can make a more educated decision on. But I think we need to be specific. If we do grant a continuance on what we would like to see. Otherwise, you may be chasing your tail. So I turn to my fellow board members. If we were to grant a continuance, Mr. Jones would like to see what?
Set of drawings for what they intend to build. Now that I'm actually looking at it, the site plan we have versus the elevations don't match up at all. So once again, the project down there where Sycamore Flats was, the prior, the 200, same thing. Fishing is what's going on here, and I don't like being fished.
So is this, so are you saying that we should go through ZARC first before we come back to you?
The issue is that there is not enough parking being provided for the additional structure being built. And this is a continual issue we hear being coming before us on the BZA. And we can't keep bending because we're already past the point. The parking in Zionsville is broken. So somebody's got to work on getting a plan together. And this little incremental, keep
the
keep
intention,
giving, it
yeah.
just doesn't work.
I don't disagree with you that there are park issues with Zionsville, but I think that the commitment not to operate it as a retail use goes a long way to solving long-term, at least the issue that this particular project would create in the town, especially given that he's, that it'll be business and there won't be any lunch traffic. There's no clients during the lunch hour. So, the lunch hour in the evenings, as we all know, is where the issue lays. And we're not contributing to that problem. We're trying to help it. So I'm happy to come back with a plan that is more complete so that for that consideration.
So Mr. Kite, let me put that more concisely. I think Mr. Jones is suggesting that the site plan and the building renderings are not accurate with what may be built. And I understand that things change. And so what we're asking for is something that's very close to what you intend the project to look like. Things happen and things change. So we're not going to hold you to that account. We want a rendering and a site plan that is accurate, that we can make good decisions on, that will largely represent what the finished product will look like. Additionally, I think I would like, I appreciate the effort to allow the community to use the parking at 6 p.m. or whatever the case may be. Will there be a sign that says available to parking?
It'll be like the wine guy where it says he's available after 7.
I would, your ask, you'd need, I think we decided 15. If you could find a few, I think it would help the cause. That's my opinion. I don't represent all the board members, but that's my opinion.
Understood.
Any other comments for the petitioner? Again, for those of you who are new to this process, normally we'd have remonstrators right now, and then we would have more to discussion. But at this point, the petitioner has asked for a continuance. Mr. Kite, is it appropriate to go to the next month, or do you need more time than that?
Next month should be fine.
Okay. What date is that? August?
August 4th.
August 4th? August 4th. Okay. I would entertain a motion to continue this petition.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Mr. Lake. Petition number 2021-19-DSV has, no, we need to vote on that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. Mr. Kite, this petition has been continued to August 4th.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next item on our agenda is docket number 2021-20-SE for the property located at 6634 East 100 South. Will the petitioner please come forward and state your name and address for the record?
Good evening. My name is Pat Keller. This is my wife, Vicki. We reside at 4930 South, 575 East, Whitestown, Indiana. We are here tonight looking for a special exception to build a home on acreage on 100 South.
And why do you need the special exception?
This is farm ground that has been in my wife's family since the 60s. There's no homestead there now. We are moving from the Whitestown area where we're being swallowed up by some larger buildings and wanting to get back on the farm. Her mother lives just to the south of this area. Her brother lives very close to this area also. So we're looking to turn this from ag into a residence.
And I have it in our records that the property is approximately 5 acres.
Correct.
You don't intend to farm any of that?
We may farm some of the back of it. We don't know if we'll need all of the property for our yard, if you will. And so our family farms the rest of that ground. There's 71 acres there. So we may let them plant 2 more acres there if need be.
Mr. Keller, are you familiar with the Right to Farm Act?
Yes.
Okay. Seems like a silly question when you know what you're getting into, but it is something we require. And you'd be amenable.
Signed and ready.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any questions for the petitioner?
What is the square footage of the home that the square footage of the home that you're going to build?
It's around 2,800.
2,800?
And do you have, I'm just curious, do you have any timeline on when this project is going to get started if we can move forward tonight?
We're probably about another 6 weeks or so out from shovel to the ground or so. We're moving forward with permitting after we get through here tonight and hoping lumber prices go down, right?
Good luck.
Yeah.
I would also note that in our staff report, which you should have received a copy of, you are aware that you're near an airport, correct?
Correct.
Good. Okay.
Are they going to throw candy down on us?
Last question, the plans that you submitted, those actually represent what you intend to build?
Yes.
Oh, that's amazing.
Okay, sarcasm's run rampant. All right. Is there any other questions for the petitioner at this time? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone who would like here present tonight that would like to speak for or against this particular petition? Please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, may we have the staff report?
Yes. So this is petition 2021-20 SE, and it's, as you know, we get these a few times, permit a single family residence in an ag district. The staff has done a thorough review and we are recommending approval. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. As I looked at the property, it looked like, I mean, I could see homesteads within, eyeball distance of this, and it looked like this would be consistent with the rest of the area.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Any additional questions for staff? If not, I would entertain a motion.
I'll give a motion. I move the docket number 2021-20-SE, a special exception petition in the agricultural district for the property located at 6634 East County Road 100 South, be approved based on the staff report and the proposed findings as presented. If approved, it shall be required that the petitioner execute the right to farm acknowledgement documentation.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Mr. DeLong, let's do a roll call vote.
Certainly. Mr. Lake,
Aye.
Mr. Mundy,
Aye.
Mr. Wolf,
Aye.
Mr. Jones,
Aye.
Mrs. Campbell.
Aye.
Motion passes. Good luck with your project. Next item on our agenda is docket number 2021-21-DSV for the property located at 880 Starkey Road. Will the petitioner please come forward and state your name and address for the record?
I think you might.
Was he online?
Yes.
Well, then don't come forward. We can sort of see him. Would you please state, actually, can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Oh, and we can hear you loud and clear. Great. Would you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Matt Lohmeyer at 880 Starkey Road, Zionsville, Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Lohmeyer. What's in front of us?
I'm here this evening seeking petition requests for variance of the development standard. Actually, three different development standards. Two of them are with regard to the side yard setbacks that are in existence in the urban open land zoning that I exist on. And then the other variances for an increase in the lot coverage allowance, which currently allows for 10%, and I'm just under that. But with my proposed patio and pool area that I'm wanting to build to kind of finish up my project here, I'm going to be about 12 or 13%.
Thank you, Mr. Lohmeyer. So I think you're accurate, and we'll certainly have the staff confirm us, but I believe the urban open land allows for 10% lot coverage, which is significantly small to your neighbors in the village and things like that, significantly less than to your neighbors in the village and like that. In addition, your property is unusually shaped. Could you please describe it and kind of give us the lay of the land on who your neighbors are?
So yes, the property itself is a triangle, but it's also on a hill. So it is very unique and presents a number of challenges. So one of I actually was before the board a little over a year ago, before I went in for a permit to do my renovation and addition to the property. Or to the existing home that was here, because again, we encroached into the side yard setbacks. So, but because we sit on a triangle and because we sit on a hill, the house has to be placed in a very certain location in order to be able to fit, which nearly automatically encroaches on within those side yard setback allowances as they're written.
Yeah, I would agree. It is an unusual shaped lot, and with a triangle, it's difficult not to hit in or run into a setback. But I also think it's unusual. Your neighbors, you share property with the town of Zionsville?
Yeah, the town of Zionsville, Parks Department, and actually the treatment facility, the sewage treatment facility is an adjacent property owner as well. And then my other adjacent property owners are kind of off at a distance. In fact, with the trees and the foliage out here, we really don't see each other, unless it's intentional.
So as we think about what we need to do tonight, the third of the findings of fact is that the strict application of the terms of the zoning ordinance will result in an unnecessary hardship. And so what we're saying is why do you need a variance? And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it would seem that you need the variance because of the shape of the property and the topography on the property. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes. In order to, there's one item within this that I haven't really shared yet, but because this house sits in a hillside, and I've gone to great lengths to try to correct this and great expense, there's quite a bit of water and runoff either through the ground itself or over the ground that comes straight at the house. And so part of my design and plan for this back patio area is to actually encourage the water to run around the house over the ground and get into the front yard, as opposed to coming straight into the side of the house. So yes, to answer your question specifically, the shape and the configuration of the lot are what present the hardship.
Thank you, Mr. Lohmeyer. Any other questions for the petitioner at this time? Mr. Lohmeyer, remind me, we saw this about a year ago. What did we discuss last time?
I asked for a reduction in the side yard setback because the room or the addition that I was putting onto the house encroached, further into, I guess I would say at that point, encroached further into the side yard setback than what the existing structure did. As well, we were getting I guess, if you will, approval to have the deck that had been existing, which also encroached on the west side of the property. We were getting an approval for that deck to exist within that setback as well.
I'm going to steal Mr. Jones' thunder. We presented a site plan. Is your intent to stick to that site plan? Is this accurate?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for the petitioner at this time? Thank you, Mr. Lohmeyer. Is there anyone here? Oh, I should have asked online. Anyone here present who would like to speak for or against this particular petition? Seeing none. Do we have someone online who would like to speak on behalf of this petition? Could you please promote them? Mr. Burris, are you there? It looks like you're muted on my screen. Or someone.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I was unmuted. I was not planning to speak at this time.
Oh. Okay. Well, thanks for joining our conversation tonight.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, could we have the staff report, please?
Yes, this is for 2021-21 DSV, a petition for development standards variance. And I can kind of run through the lot coverage. The minimum lot coverage is 10%. With Mr. Lohmeyer's proposal, he's wanting, with his pool and patio, he's wanting to, it'll be up to 12%, but he's requesting 20%. So in the future, if he wants to do something else, he may not have to come back. The side setback variance will be 11 feet with the pool and patio addition, and the required setbacks 50 feet. And with that, the aggregate setback would be 22 feet when the aggregate required is 100 feet. Staff's done a thorough review and recommends approval of this request.
Thank you. Could staff provide some context on the urban open land zoning district?
And I do have the definition somewhere in the staff report, I think.
It's unusual. We don't see it very often.
Okay.
I'm happy to jump in. I mean, this district was created by the town for a number of reasons, and certainly there's many parcels throughout the urban portion of Zionsville that have been zoned open land, predominantly to prepare that area for a future transition of that parcel to a more intense use. But until such time the parcel was zoned open land. It is unusual to have residential homesteads within this district, and as they are not treated equally in terms of lot coverage, other types of development standards that are very typical of somebody that is zoned RSF2. Yes, it's a different district, but it is the hardship that someone's dealing with and certainly proposing and for consideration this evening. Certainly as staff, this is, as you evaluate your zoning ordinance and you think about the variances that are requested and considered, this type of district might be one that, as we work through our form-based code, which will be actions that take place in August, we will actually have week-long charrettes throughout the community. We'll provide notice and share that information in more detail here soon. But this will be a district that we think about making some significant modifications to through the public conversations, of course, to reduce these types of requests for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. DeLong. I would note that the petitioner, I think, is somewhere near 10% lot coverage. What it looks like on our site plan, they're going to get up to 12.5. They have asked for 20, which gives them some latitude. When we think about the village, which is much different than the village, but when we think about the village, it's significantly more dense. The lot coverage is significantly higher. Again, can I make the assumption that staff is supportive of 20% and feels like it's appropriate for the area?
Oh, most certainly. I mean, the minimum lot size in the open land area is 5 acres. So when you're referencing the village has a much smaller lot size that's permitted by right, and certainly the lot coverage of somewhere 35 to 37%, depending on what exercise you go through to enjoy what specific lot coverage you look to enjoy. But yes, we are supportive of the petition as has been filed, certainly supportive of the increasing the lot coverage, certainly to the number that's been requested. It seems very, very supportive of what you see in the area generally.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for staff? Mr. Lohmeyer, what are you gonna do with that extra 7.5%?
Hopefully not have to bother you guys anymore.
I appreciate it. We don't get too many repeat customers, but it's nice to see your face again.
Sure, thank you.
Any conversation or discussion amongst the group? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
I move that docket number 2021-21 DSV Development Standards Variance in order to provide for an increase in lot coverage to 20%, and which deviates from the side yard setback to 11% in the urban open land O-1 be approved as filed based on the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted plans and concepts.
One note on that motion, I believe you said setback to 11%. I believe it's 11
Sorry,
feet.
11 feet.
Are you amenable to that correction?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Is there a second to that? Nope. Is there a second to that motion?
Second, got it.
I got Mr. Jones on that one. I like everyone's speed. Mr. Long, let's do a roll call vote.
Certainly. Mr. Wolf,
Aye.
Mr. Jones,
Aye.
Mrs. Campins,
Aye.
Mr. Lake,
Aye.
Mr. Mundy.
Aye. Motion passes. Mr. Lohmeyer, good luck with your project.
Thank you guys very much.
Which brings us to the next petition, which is docket number 2021-22, as well as -23, SE and DSV for the property located at 450 South, East 100 East, and 550 South, East 100, 800 East, excuse me. Will the petitioner please come forward?
Here I am. First, thank you, Chairman and the board members for hearing us tonight. Didn't know if we'd get here or not, but we are Carrie and Tammy Parker. We reside at 10290 Summerlin Way in Fishers, Indiana. We purchased 2 tracts of land on February 8th of this year. The tracts are 450 and 550 South 800 East in Zionsville. The 450 is approximately 6 acres and the 550 is approximately 11 acres per our survey, which we completed prior to purchase. So in total, it's approximately 27 acres. And it's zoned agricultural. The land has a tree forest area, and but most of it is open land. This spring, we planted oats for the first time ever in the field, and we are currently working with the USDA to develop the land and enroll at least 10 acres in the Conservation Reserve Program and approximately 2 acres in a windbreak program. These programs are the land, the way it'll be laid out, it'll have grasslands that are native to Indiana and include forbs. The windbreak will have over 1,000 native tree plantings. We'll also have a wetland area, a wildlife pond, and a tree nursery area. We've enclosed a drawing from the USDA in our filings. To support the farm activity, we are constructing a barn that will store the farm equipment and supplies in a farm office. Our plan is to start construction of the barn this fall. The drawing of the barn is also in the filing, and we do plan on constructing that barn. We are requesting a special exception to build our residential home on the agricultural land. The house will be a single story, around 2,500 square feet, 3 bedrooms with an attached 2-car garage. It'll have several outdoor areas, patios, and porches. We're just in the preliminary stages of the residential home design. The area around our land includes residential homes, a church, a cemetery, the best neighbors, a dairy farm, and potentially a horse farm. Our proposed resident will be consistent in size and appearance. We also have done adequate soil testing for septic location. In addition, we have a permit for driveway from the Boone County Highway Department. And also, as mentioned in the staff report, Exhibit 4, the residential build will have adequate distance from other structures. Our intended use of the land that is not in the USDA program will be to grow organic vegetables, a cherry orchard, and beehives for honey. Of course, as a farm, we fully support the Right to Farm Act, and we will provide our signatures as support. Our ultimate goal for the land is to have our home and for nature and for wildlife to thrive. We want the land to help the environment with clean air and water. And as an example, the grasslands will revitalize the soil. In addition, we want to leave a legacy to our grandchildren where they respect and appreciate nature and wildlife and learn how to eat and grow organic food. Carrie and I would be happy to answer any questions you have about our project.
Thank you very much. It looks like there's two parcels, and I think you articulated them earlier. Would you please describe the acreage approximately?
The 450 South property is 16.01 acres, I believe, and the 550 South property is 11.3 acres. And they are adjacent to each other.
Okay, thank you. And then have you seen the staff report?
Mhm.
Okay, so there was a proposed timeline. I believe it's called Exhibit 5. Can you walk us through that?
Yes, that's for the variance.
Yep.
Do you want me to go over the variance as well?
Sure.
Okay. All right, so we are requesting 2 development standard variances. The first variance request is to have 2 primary single-family residential structures on 1 parcel. One of the 2 residentials being temporary. The second variance is to have the temporary single-family residence be less than the required minimum ground floor area in the rural general agricultural district. So first, for the temporary structure, it will be in the office area of the barn. I would like to clarify that the structure is not a pole barn. It will be constructed like a residential building and in compliance with residential building code. The reasons that we're requesting this are, first, we are general contracting the primary residence ourselves and doing some of the work ourselves. Being on site would expedite the build and allow us to better manage the work site. Second, we want assurance that our home in Fishers is sold prior to building the primary. Third, finding adequate temporary living would be extremely difficult for us. We have 2 Samoyed dogs that we got when they were feral. They're from an ASPCA closed puppy mill. They require a stable environment, are prone to flight fear. They are large, furry, and leery of strangers. So finding temporary apartment would be difficult for us. Fourth, investing funds into the accessory building is more economical than leasing suitable housing for us and our dogs. Finally, being on site would be more efficient in getting the property to a more complete stage for both primary build and the farmland. Currently, our commute is about 45 to 60 minutes from Fishers over to the property. And so reducing our commute time would give us more time to work on the primary residential build as well as the farm. As far as the size of the area, the temporary resident, it's just going to be temporary. The requirement for a single-story residence in rural ag district is 1,200 square feet. The temporary size that we're looking at is 773 square feet. It's only the 2 of us that will be living in the temporary space. And we'll only live in that temporary space when we are constructing the primary residence. The area will include an enclosed full bath area, a laundry area / mechanical room, and the remaining area is open concept with like a kitchen area in it. The proposed timeline is the Exhibit 5 and the staff report. And finally, and I can assure you, we will be very motivated to move from the temporary and into the primary, and will not want to live too long and as short a time frame as possible in that temporary space.
Very good. Do you have any intent of renting out that temporary space?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It'll be my office and the farm office.
Toolboxes.
Yeah. We have no intention on renting it as an apartment or anything. Willing to remove certain items just so it's not considered a residence.
Understood. Any questions for the petitioners at this time regarding either of the petitions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here in our audience or online who would like to speak for or against this particular petition? Please come forward. A lot of blank stares. Seeing none, may we have the staff report?
Yes. So as the petitioner stated, they're requesting a special exception for a single family home in the ag district. And then a development standards variance to permit 2 primary structures, single family homes on the property at one time, but that'll just be temporary until they build a primary structure or primary residence. And then they also need a variance for the size of what the temporary residence will be in the accessory structure. I did make that correction that it stated it was a pole barn in the staff report, and made that note that that's incorrect. And then I discussed with the petitioner today about the timeline, and they just wanted to make one correction to the number 2. So this is exhibit 5. Note number 2, they want to change that 12 months to 24. Number 2 and number 3 kind of contradict themselves. So staff didn't have a problem with that change. I can answer any question.
So I guess what I'm thinking about this is we have one in front of us, which is to allow a residence on in the general agricultural district. And then the second one, the DSV, is essentially going to go away when they fulfill their timeline, which they've committed to.
Correct.
Okay. Understood.
Mr. President, I do have a question for the petitioner. I don't believe it's been mentioned, but do you realize you're near an airport?
Yes.
Right. I say that just to have it on the record that
Sure.
you know you're going to be living.
Believe us,
near
we
an
asked for a reason.
Yeah.
It's several miles away. It doesn't bother us.
No.
Any other questions for the staff or for the petitioner? Seeing as that we have 2 petitions in front of us, I would entertain a motion on -22.
I move the docket number 2021-22-SE, special exception petition in the agriculture district for the property located at 450 South County Road 800 East and 550 South County Road 800 East be approved based on the staff report and the proposed findings as presented. And if approved, it shall be required that the petitioner execute the right to farm acknowledgement document and adhere to the proposed timeline, which has been modified with this petition given by the petitioner's exhibit 5.
Thank you, Mr. Mundy. Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Campens. Mr. DeLong, can we do a roll call vote?
Certainly. Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Mrs. Campens.
Aye.
Mr. Lake.
Aye.
Mr. Mundy.
Aye.
Mr. Wolf.
Aye. Motion passes. Moving on to petition number 23-DSP.
I move that docket number 2021-23-DSV, a development standards variance in the agricultural district for the property located at 450 South County Road 800 East and 550 South County Road 800 East to permit 2 single-family dwellings to temporarily exist on the same parcel and permit temporarily a single-family residence with less than the required minimum ground floor area in the rural general agricultural district AG be approved based upon the staff report and the proposed findings. Petitioner must execute a right to farm acknowledgement document as part of this process.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mundy. Mr. DeLong?
Mrs. Campens.
Aye.
Mr. Lake.
Aye.
Mr. Mundy.
Aye.
Mr. Wolf.
Aye.
Mr. Jones.
Aye. Motion carries. Mr. and Mrs. Parker, you disappeared. Good luck with your project. And welcome to Zionsville. Next item on our agenda is docket number 2021-24-DSV for the property located at 3842 Old Well Run. Will the petitioner please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Gary McNutt. I'm at 32 First Street Northeast, Carmel, Indiana. And I'm here representing Mary and Gary Tho, who are the property owners of a lot in Holiday Farms. I'm one of the preferred builders there in Holiday Farms. And the request before you is to reduce the rear yard setback from 35 feet, I'm sorry, from 25 feet to 15 feet. And in front of you, you've got a site plan. A couple of things I'd like to just mention is on that site plan, if you look at the left side of the lot, it's a very unusual configuration. It's only about 73 foot deep. The right side of the lot's about 166. And with a 25-yard front yard setback and a 25-foot rear yard setback and with an angle, it really creates some design challenges for us. Most of the homes in Holiday Farms have 3 or 4 car garages. We only have a 2-car garage, and we're still kind of shoehorning the house in there. Additionally, if you look at the aerial of the site, to the left of our lot is a cart path, and behind us are tee boxes. So our encroachment or our reduction in the rear yard setback really doesn't affect any contiguous property owners. We're just a little bit closer to the golf course. I have a letter from Hinkie Development, the developer, in full support of our rear setback reduction request. And I believe that may be part of your packet as well.
It is, thank you. So as we discussed earlier on the previous petition, the challenge is we look at the strict application of the terms of the zoning ordinance. The challenge is the unusual shape of the lot. And if you were to apply the strict terms of the zoning ordinance, you would really limit yourself to what could be constructed. And it wouldn't be consistent with what is in the neighborhood or in the surrounding area.
Agreed.
Okay. Any questions for the petitioner at this time? Seeing none, is there anyone in our audience who wishes to speak for or against this particular petition? I should always ask if there's also anyone online who wants to participate. Again, seeing none, I think we're ready for the staff report.
Yes, so this is 2021-24 DSB, a petition to decrease the rear yard setback from 25 to 15 feet. And staff is supportive of this variance and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I don't recall seeing any more of these in Holiday Farms. Have we seen them?
No, most of the lots are a little more regular shape,
Yeah, a little more.
larger, and yeah.
Any questions for staff or any discussion amongst the group?
Similar to the Right to Farm Act, will we be asking for a Right to Slice Act for the golfers?
You couldn't help yourself.
No,
So-
I really couldn't.
I looked at it, and if you can hit that house from that tee box, then you probably shouldn't be playing there. But it's a reasonable request. What kind of windows are you planning on putting in?
Bulletproof glass.
All right. That's not a requirement, it's just a suggestion.
I understand.
You should tell him the county has an airport too.
Yeah. All right. If there's no further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I move that docket number 2021-24-DSB Development Standards Variance in order to provide for a single-family home which deviates from the required rear yard setback in the Holiday Farms PUD to be approved as filed based upon the findings of fact and substantial compliance with the submitted site plans.
Thank you, Ms. Campos. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. DeLong, let's do a roll call vote.
Certainly. Mr. Lake,
Aye.
Mr. Mundy,
Aye.
Mr. Wolf,
Aye.
Mr. Jones,
Aye.
Mrs. Campos.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. McNutt.
Thank you very much.
Well, that should be the end of our agenda, right? All right. Going back to our previous conversation, we are, believe, somebody correct me where I go wrong. We're back at docket number 2021-13-SC for the Brickyard Solar Project.
Should we request a restroom break and maybe just stretch your legs since we're going to be here for a minute?
I am amendable to that. I have it the time as 8:55. Let's call it, let's try to be back at 9. Okay, it's gonna have to be 9:05. All right, well, that was actually worked out pretty well. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is docket 2021-13-SC for the Brickyard Solar Project. Will the petitioner's representative please come forward? And as we're doing that, I would like to review a couple of our rules of procedure. As we discussed earlier, technically, both petitioner has 15 minutes, any remonstrators have 15 minutes, the petitioner has 5 minutes, the remonstrators have 5 minutes. As a general rule of thumb, I'm supportive of more robust conversation if it leads to a better decision. But with that being said, I would lead to, let's be concise. If there's repetitive testimony, let's please avoid that at all costs. Because I would further go down and it says, the presiding officer shall have the authority to cut off any repetitious or irrelevant testimony and to extend the allotted time to petitioners and remonstrators, but shall make reasonable efforts to allow equal time for petitioners and remonstrators. I'm all for robust conversation from our public. I think this is an important project. Let's just try to keep it concise and not repetitive. With that, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Zach Melda. I live in Juno Beach, Florida.
You've come a long way.
I did come a long way for this.
What's in front of us tonight?
So we have a petition in front of you for the Brickyard Solar Project. This is a 200 megawatt solar project located here in Zionsville and a portion in Boone County. We'll be focusing on what's in Zionsville this evening. Just an overview of what we will be presenting. I'll talk about NextEra Energy Resources as a company, a little bit of overview on how solar energy is generated. Hopefully you will be an expert by the time we get done, Mr. Chairman. And we'll talk about the project itself and then, of course, questions and answers. Again, I'm Zach Melda. I'm the project director for renewable energy in Indiana. With me tonight is Ali Sexton, who's the lead project manager. Mary Soliday is our lead attorney. Hannah Marsico, who's joining us virtually, is our lead environmental specialist. Henry Flange is our operations and safety engineer, and Kevin Klein is our lead engineer and construction expert. NextEra Energy is one of the nation's largest developers of energy infrastructure, and we're working hard to solve America's energy challenges, both sustainably and responsibly, for the benefit of our customers, the communities that we're meant to serve in, and our shareholders. And we've done this by investing over $90 billion into clean energy, which makes us the biggest and largest in the industry. We have two primary subsidiaries in NextEra Energy. The first one is Florida Power and Light, which is the largest regulated utility in Florida, serving 5 million customers and producing 28,000 megawatts of electricity. This gives us a great knowledge of the utility scale of the project. And then there's the renewable arm, the NextEra Energy Resources. We are the world leader in energy, clean energy generation. Over 149 projects located in 38 states, including Canada, producing 24,000 megawatts of clean energy. We are American owned and we are American operated, and we employ just under 15,000 employees. And as a company, we're showing that projects like this one is great for our environment and great for our economy. I'll now be followed by Ali.
Thank you. So
Would you state your name for me too?
sure, Ali Sexton.
Thank you, Ali.
Yes.
Or Miss Sexton.
So just to get everybody situated here, the project location and the portion of the project that we're talking about tonight is 132 megawatts that is located within Union Township. This consists of 785 fenced-in acres, and this is north of State Road 32, south of East 200 North, west of Michigan Road, and east of 600 East. So on this map here, you can see the proposed panel areas in gray. So this project, like I said, is 200 in total, 200 megawatts in total. That is in both Marion Township and Union Township. But tonight we're focusing on the 132 in Union. The power that is generated from this project will be sold to NIPSCO, which is an Indiana utility. So all of the energy generated will be powering Indiana homes. The start of construction would be in the fall following all permits, and the commercial operation date would be in December of next year. So the tax revenue that would be generated from this project is between 30.5 and 35.3 million. And this would be brought without adding any additional students or any additional burden to local services. This represents a $210 million capital investment that also involves regional and local procurement of goods and services, while not contributing to any air, water, or soil pollution, as well as bringing payments to local landowners here. Now I'm going to introduce our operations and safety engineer, Henry. So he'll be joining us virtually. Henry, can you come through on the Zoom? Okay, I'm happy to cover this portion. We'll also have our engineering and construction specialist join us for any Q&A that comes up. So the project here does not present any likelihood of toxic materials, contamination, or contamination to soil or groundwater. And so getting into the construction of the panel and the components, it consists of aluminum, tempered glass, copper, silicon, and plastic encapsulant. So the way these panels are manufactured and created is in a way where it's encapsulated. So if there were an issue of some sort, it does not shatter, it does not send glass anywhere. It breaks sort of like a car windshield would upon impact. So it really does not pose a threat to any type of contamination to the soil or ground because of how they're manufactured. These materials can be recovered and recycled at the end of the project life. These are used on residential homes and around the country, as we know. So this technology is safe. And not only that, but NextEra does have a proven track record of operating projects of this size.
Thank you, Allie. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Mary Soliday. I live in Indianapolis. 2700 Market Tower is my business address. I've had the pleasure to work with NextEra on a number of projects around the state. I have urged them, and we have organized the presentation tonight around the findings of fact. So I'd like to suggest that the testimony you just heard from Allie relates to finding number 1, which is that the proposed use will not be injurious to public health, safety, or general welfare. Now, we've got subject matter experts on the line, if you will. Zach and Allie have a lot of experience. We will do our best to try to answer your questions about public safety. I do want to point out that we filed very detailed findings of fact. I know you've read them. One of the things that they talk about is that, don't just listen to us, by the way, that we quote a North Carolina clean energy technology study that was submitted to the case file. This is dated May 2017. The report states the negative health and safety impacts of utility scale PV development were shown to be negligible, while the public health and safety benefits of installing these facilities are significant and far outweigh any negative impacts. So I would just like that noted for the record. Given our time constraints, and by the way, Mr. Chairman, I think we can do our presentation in about 20 minutes if we could be so indulged, but we'll try to be brief.
I'm amenable.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to now touch on finding number 2. I know this is of great interest to the community. The proposed use will not injure or adversely affect adjacent area or property values therein. Well, first of all,
Let's please be respectful of everyone presenting.
Members of the board, your record has in its case file a report prepared by a company called Cohn Resnick. Cohn Resnick is based in Chicago. It's a very thorough study, and I think it's important to emphasize that Cohn Resnick and the folks that signed the report hold the highest accreditation of any real estate appraiser, which is the MAI certification. These folks are also licensed in the state of Indiana to be appraisers. What they have done is a study of various projects, 1 in Illinois, 4 in Indiana. And the conclusion of the report is that no consistent negative impact has occurred to adjacent property that can be attributed to proximity to an adjacent solar farm. By the way, the Cohn-Resnick conclusion notes that they have interviewed a number of county assessors, including in Marion County, which those assessors have provided written statements that they've seen no evidence of decline in property value. I can talk more about the Cohn-Resnick report on rebuttal. I'm of course interested what Mr. Andrew Early had to say about it, but I wanted to make sure that that was clearly stated. The next thing that we want to emphasize is that we are only talking about, in the jurisdiction of the town of Zionsville, about 235 acres that are actually covered with panels. Much of this land is setback land, land that's used for transmission. But again, we're only talking about 235 acres, and that's about 30% of the project size. I know folks here disagree, but we believe, and we stand by this assertion based on our industry experience, and we are the industry leader, by the way, that this is, at the end of the day, after construction, is a passive use. It has virtually no noise, it has no glare, and it will have a detailed landscape plan that Ally will present here shortly. And by the way, as we've already stated, we use virtually no government services and provide a tremendous boost, if you will, to the tax base. And not that Zionsville is lacking for tax base, but I just think it's important to understand that we're not adding kids to schools. We're not, by the way, not in the way of the airport, which is aware of this project. We also do not endanger natural resources. We have an expert, Hannah, who'll speak to that. I think it's also very important for folks to understand, we actually think we improve area drainage. We do best practice engineering. We could talk about that in more detail, but we stand by that assertion that we, by adhering to the town storm drainage requirements and whatever requirements the Boone County Drainage Board imposes upon us, we think we will certainly not be a detriment to area drainage. And by the way, traffic, you heard about traffic tonight. Once this project's constructed, there's virtually no traffic. I mean, this project employs on site, what, 2 to 3 people? So you're talking about those folks coming and going occasionally. So this is a very, very low traffic situation. Lastly, at no cost to taxpayers, I think, again, this needs to be emphasized for the record, we provide what's called a decommissioning plan. Your attorney has reviewed it. What it provides for is continuing financial security that NextEra provides through a third-party bond issuer that basically says there will be seamless. There'll never be a gap in this protection. So if NextEra were to become a European country, never going to happen, file bankruptcy, never going to happen. But we want to make sure that the public understands that the taxpayers are not at risk year 30 or 35 from now to decommission this project. This third-party surety will always be on the hook for those costs. And that's a continual, every 5 years, that security bond is updated. And we can get again into the weeds in this, but I think it's important to understand that that decommissioning risk is de minimis. Okay, finding number 3. Well, as you know, because you hear about this every meeting, we have to demonstrate that our use is consistent with the character of the district and the town comp plan. Well, first of all, we are not seeking a rezoning. We are seeking a special exception. The land remains agriculturally zoned. The land, in our opinion, is in this period of time for 35 years is literally resting, and it will add nutrients. And there are things that we could do as part of our decommissioning that will ensure that the land will remain viable as farming land. I don't think our landowners would sign leases with us if they were confident in that. So the land will be able to be repurposed for agricultural use. So this is a land banking activity. But I think it's also important because, as I understand it, the comp plan of Zionsville does not really index to agricultural. What it indexes to is low density residential. There's no reason why this property couldn't be developed someday with homes. We're not suggesting that's a good or bad idea. That's 35 years from now. We don't know what the housing policy of the town's going to be then, but were the town to be desirous of rooftops, that's an option. If the town is desirous of, let's continue this for an agricultural purpose, everything will be done per these contractual arrangements to make sure that, again, that the property can be farmed at year 36. So at this point, I would like to turn it back to Ally because I think it's important that we provide a clear understanding to you all of the vegetative screening plan that is outlined in the slide, but also in condition number 10. And as we come back, we'll talk about the proposed conditions of approval.
Yes, thank you, Mary. So this landscaping proposal and view shed proposal is on file in our petition. We held 2 open houses with the community, one that was in person and one that was virtual. And you know, after talking to community members, this is a proposal that we put forth. So you can see here in the visuals to the right, what we have proposed is a double row hedge for all residential structures that are within 400 feet of the project. So this hedge would consist of being 200 feet in length. It would have a back row of trees planted at intervals of 10 to 15 feet that are 5 to 7 feet at time of establishment. The front row would consist of shrubs or bushes planted at 5 to 7 foot intervals and 2 to 4 feet at time of establishment. So you can see in the visual demonstration here what it would look like at time of establishment in year 1, and then again in year 5. And just to comment on the installation that it's screening, these solar panels, they are tracking technology. Therefore, they are following the sun as it rises in the east and sets in the west. So at noon, or when sun is overhead, this installation is 5 to 6 feet in height. And also at night, when the panels are in stow position, the installation is 5 to 6 feet in height. Now, the average maximum height of the panel edge is 9 feet when the panels are fully tilted at a maximum 60-degree tilt when the sun is either at the horizon in the east or the west. So now I'm going to hand it over to Hannah Marsico, who is our environmental specialist. Hannah.
Hi, thank you, Ollie. So for Brickyard, we've done a number of voluntary environmental studies to better understand this specific project area. Natural resources are a priority for us on this project. We've evaluated a number of different studies. We've done biological and bat habitat assessments, cultural surveys, wetlands and water surveys. We have a phase 1 ESA currently underway. We've undergone voluntary coordination with both Fish and Wildlife and the Department of Natural Resources. Impacts that we have found with resources have been avoided or minimized. If tree clearing is necessary, we're going to be following the tree clearing window recommended by Fish and Wildlife for the listed bats in the area, Indiana bat, northern long-eared bat. We have no eligible National Register of Historic Places on site. Wetland and waterway impacts will be permitted with the Corps and Department of Environmental Management if they're needed. Additionally, we really believe that this project is going to create a lot of additional environmental benefits for the area. The arrays are going to be fenced off in blocks rather than around the entire perimeter. This will allow for wildlife corridors through the site. The solar sites that we have in Florida, I've included a link here to a news article. We've seen a variety of wildlife utilizing resources within the project area for foraging, nesting, resting, really all types of activities. I've included a picture here of a heron perching that we've seen as well. Next slide. In addition to all that, we will have low growing perennial vegetation under the panels, which are going to provide a number of benefits to the land. A recent study has shown that solar facilities planted with this type of vegetation can have increases in local pollinator supply, soil carbon storage, sediment capture, and stormwater retention capacity. This again goes back to Mary's point that we really think that this is going to be a benefit to the drainage in the area. It also allows the land to remain fallow, accumulation of organic material, improves soil and water quality, which is going to be really great when the land returns to ag at the end of the project life. It'll have minimal maintenance for vegetation in contrast to tillage and agricultural practices that can weaken soils. The typical maintenance includes mowing and limited herbicide spot treatments for invasive or woody species as needed. We really try to limit that herbicide use to allow the organic materials to accumulate and help the environment in this area. This will all allow the land to return to agricultural use at the end of the solar project lifetime, and it's not a permanent conversion of the land.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Hannah. So members of the board, simply because I think it defines further information about the project, I'd like to jump into what proposed conditions we offer up this evening. The first, of course, as I mentioned, the decommissioning agreement and bond, subject to a decommissioning agreement that can be approved by your legal counsel. Of course, we have to comply with Indiana code and town drainage requirements. We have to maintain drainage tiles. The other thing we haven't touched on yet is there's virtually no lighting of the solar field. Now, yes, there is lighting at the substation. That's required by national code. But this is not a situation where the field is awash with lights at night. It's just the opposite. There's just very few lights at night. We have offered, and I know Allie's talked to the fire chief, safety drills with the fire department prior to never say this word, energization post-construction, meaning before it becomes operational. We are happy to collaborate with any emergency responders with details about the project. But the bottom line is we view that as our responsibility to make sure that there is proper training, in the hopefully very unlikely instances of fires. We heard earlier this evening about noise. I think that that presentation was helpful in explaining noise dBA. We are committing that our operational noise will not exceed 50 dBA at the property line of a non-participating residence, which there was a great example Mr. Jones had. I think 50 dBA is a pretty low sound measurement, but we could try to answer questions about that. Next thing is setbacks of 200 feet from non-participating residents. This is a voluntary condition because the town does not have an ordinance regulating solar. We looked at ordinances, by the way, around the state, other counties we've worked in, and feel that a 200-foot setback from a non-participating residence of a solar panel with 50 foot from property line is a very fair and objective setback. And again, it has met support, I believe, with the Indiana University proposed model ordinance. Allie touched on panels will be 5 to 6 feet in height when the sun is overhead, with the maximum height, I believe, did you say 9 feet, Allie? 9? Average max of 9. I think sometimes I've heard it stated that sometimes these can at the max tilt up like 12, maybe be because of undulations in the ground. The absolute maximum height is 12 feet, but that's just at that point in time and day. Then, of course, we talked about landscaping for homes within 400 feet to include 200 feet of double row plantings. So I know there's a lot there. I think at this point, given the time constraints this evening, given that I assume you're going to have a lot of questions of us and our experts, we at this point will step aside for others, but wanted to, while you have us here, wondered if you had initial questions. If not, we're happy to respond later.
Sure. Fellow board members, any questions for petitioners' representatives?
Sure.
I have a few.
I do want to be on the record. I fully support solar. I support it on homes. I support it in some areas on land. I even support it on warehouses in Whitestown if you could make that happen, because that seems to be maybe a better use, or at the end of a runway at the airport, better use. On the front of your packet, this guy that we were given, you first state that that you would expect to generate approximately 27 million in additional revenue, and then provide us with two numbers whose sum total are greater than that, and the one in Zionsville of which is greater than that. Which is correct? Is it the 27 million or is it the 30.5 to 35.3 for Zionsville?
For 30 million to the 27. 30. Okay, it's the 30 million to the 34 million. And let me try to explain why. There's there have been a number of projects in the state of Indiana that have been approved in the last 2 years. One of which is Dunsbridge Solar that NextEra is developing in Jasper County, Indiana. These are projects under construction. They have not been assessed yet by local assessors. So when we do tax projections, which by the way, we have shown our numbers to Baker Tilly, which is an independent entity, accounting firm that works with a lot of counties and cities and towns around the state. So our numbers are validated. What Baker Tilly agrees is that until an assessor actually assess and says, okay, we think about 95% of the improvements are real property and probably 5% are personal property, 5% are real property. But until we actually get an assessment, and of course, we have tax rates that change over time. So if you add those two factors, we don't have an assessment yet. We don't know the tax rate's going to be 3 years from now because this project may be done at the end of 20.
And I'm not questioning your number.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
I'm questioning is the line above, you say a total of 27 million additional, and then you break it out by county below, and the 2 county total is over 40.
Correct, because
So-
we're not including the Boone County part. So 30% of the projects in Boone County, not in the town.
Fair enough, your numbers still don't calculate.
Well, it's because
it's a moot
there's
point.
land taxes now. We're adding to those land taxes.
They all say additional. We'll
Okay.
move on to the next one.
All right, very good.
So do you have test reports from your panels that you can furnish to ensure that they do not have toxins in them?
Do we have test reports that confirm we do not have toxins?
Because there are panels on the market right now,
Yeah.
some of which are not made in the US, that claim to have no toxins, but on our project specifically have found that they do in fact have toxins.
And so your question is essentially what certification do we receive from our
Yes,
suppliers?
what can you provide to the town to ensure that the panels are toxin-free as you've stated, and therefore will not have toxins leach into the ground? Does that documentation exist?
So Zach's going to jump in more on the procurement side. of
Sure.
this.
We can provide documentation on the makeup of the panels as they're procured.
Okay, that's just wanted to confirm that. Your study, your Cole Resnick or whatever it was study. So I did a little bit of research on those. So none of those are suburban towns to a big metropolitan area that are viewed as the most probably idyllic suburban area in the state that they're in. None of them have a population anywhere near Zionsville. None of them have a household median income near Zionsville. None of them have a median home value near Zionsville. So while I appreciate the effort, that study likely is not comparable to us in this market. So any thoughts on how we can get something that maybe approximates us a little better?
Well, it's a great question. I have worked with Cone Resnick and other counties in Indiana. I've seen multiple versions of their reports. Part of the issue is that, with all respect to any report that anybody else comes up with, there's only one project in the Midwest of this size that's even in existence today, and that's in Minnesota. And Cone Resnick talks about that. And they at length, I believe, submit letters from the assessor of that particular county saying that there hasn't been an impact.
Yeah.
And so that's one way to look at it. I think the other way, sir, is that they do talk about these projects in Marion County, which are nearby homes. I think that the third way to look at it, and maybe we need to go back to our site plan, a solar project is not one huge block of panels. There are building blocks to the project, meaning it's a bunch of smaller segments, if you will, that together make a project. And so one would argue that, does it matter if it's 100 megawatts or 308 megawatts? Well, maybe not, because it's the building blocks are still desegregated.
Yeah, I don't know that the size matters, just the respective demographics of the locations that were used in the study don't represent Zionsville. And I'd like to think that we're special.
Well, you're special because you're the most affluent county in the state, right? I mean, there's a lot to be said for being in Zionsville. We totally respect that. But we also feel like this is the outer bounds, if you will. I mean, it's not a populated.
You sat through this, hold on.
Well,
you sat through this tonight. There were 3 other petitions of people wanting to build single-family residences in the areas where you're wanting to put solar panels. So there is high demand to be in that area as a resident. So it may look like it's on the outer boundary, but it's Zionsville.
I understand, but I think the question for you all is, what sort of homes do you want on this land in lieu of housing? Because it's inevitable. It's either going to be housing or it's going to be solar. I mean, I'm talking about whether
Or
it's
it's gonna
10
be
years from now
farmland.
or 35 years from now. Pardon me?
Or it's going to be farmland.
Could be.
Let me see. So 30 years, that's over a whole generation that gets lost to that land. It's a pretty substantial period of time.
Well,
Generation is 25 years. That's a whole generation that is lost to having access to that land for whatever Zionsville may want 10 years from now that they don't know they want because of this 30-year commitment.
Correct, but we have leases. We don't buy our land. We have willing landowners who are willing to commit this land for this use for this period of time. They believe it's in the best interest of their families, their grandchildren, with a reexamination of the use 30 or 35 years from now. I mean, do you have a?
And I don't disagree that it's in their best interest. I think everybody agrees that's probably the case, or they wouldn't be doing it. So I noticed all the images that you show are of dead barren fields that you put solar panels on. I drove around this area last night and Sunday night, not last night, Sunday night. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It's green. It's got vegetation all planted around it. And again, I'm all for solar panels. I spent a vacation a couple weeks ago driving, not intentionally for this, but happened to run across over a dozen solar farms up along the East Coast, none of which were quite to this scale, but also none of which were in and around this many houses. And so I do question if this is the best location for that. You do have a lot of folks who do have houses that are going to be looking out at this. And when you stand in your house and you have a solar farm that is 3/4 of a mile long, and you provide a 200-foot barrier to screen that, are you really screening it, and how meaningful is that screen?
Well, it's a meaningful budget.
So your budget is not of our concern.
No, what I meant is the cost to do this screening is highly significant.
I get it, but that is not irrelevant in the discussion relative to the finding of fact. That's their budget is, but not your budget. It's not relevant.
Well, and anything I say, I know people not going to be happy with, but the reality is, what certainty is there with farming? I think this is something that the developers of solar projects posit as for something to think about, right? I mean, you once this project's built, you don't deal with the harvest. You don't deal with planting season. You don't deal with dust. You don't deal with noise. You don't deal with grain silos. You don't deal with hog farming. All those things are off the table for 35 years. So it's a quiet use.
Those people moved out there expecting that. They didn't move out there expecting a solar. They moved there for the things that you see as negative that they see as positive.
Can we go back to the taxes? And I'm just going to show my ignorance. Where does that tax come from? Where's the tax revenue come from? And does it include any sort of abatements, or how does that factor into this equation?
Well, there's no pending application for tax abatement.
Do you think there might be someday in the future?
Can't say yes, I can't say no. But what I can say.
What would your experience say?
Well, let me just try to answer your question, how it's taxed.
Yeah, let's talk about, where does that number come from?
All right, so it's what, 210 million, something like that, investment? Okay, we think, based on conversations we've had with the state and with the county assessor, we think 95% of that will be taxed as what's called utility distributable property, which is the same thing essentially as personal property. And that generates a healthy amount, very healthy.
Can you say that again? I'm not familiar. Utility?
It's called utility distributable property. So for example, if you're Duke Energy, you pay property taxes just like everybody else on your equipment. And so we are going to be taxed just like a utility, even though we're not a public utility. And so that 210 million gets taxed, we think 95% of it at that utility distributable rate. We think about 5% is taxed by the local tax assessor, because you're going to have a building, you're going to have landscape, you're going to have roads. Those are taxed as real property. But the point is that there's no tax exemption here. This is a full flight taxpayer. And This is something, again, that is balanced when you consider the fact that we have virtually no need for government services. There's no kids to educate.
You mentioned that, I believe it was NIPSCO is the utility that's going to consume this
Yes.
product, consume the energy. Where are they?
They're based in Maryville, Indiana, exactly.
They're located in Maryville, Indiana.
So, I mean, my perception is, and we need to hear more testimony, we need to hear more conversation and educate ourselves, but my perception is that we have the solar panels, they get the energy.
Well, think of the
No.
solar grid as a whole. Actually, think of it as a big swimming pool. And if you're standing on one side of the pool and I'm standing on the other, and I'm pouring a cup of water into the pool and you take a cup out. That's the relationship. So the panels are here. NIPSCO is paying for it, but electrons travel the path of least resistance. So the energy is going to be consumed here.
So they need renewable credit offsets.
Is that what it is?
And so it goes into the grid and MISO tells it where to go. MISO and Carmel tells it where to go based on demand.
I think I followed you. What other questions do we have for the petitioner's representatives at this time?
Have you ever decommissioned one of these sites?
No, we haven't.
And I'm not an expert on
So
solar.
The way the decommissioning agreement would work is a third-party engineer that we would agree on will do the actual assessment for how much it's going to take to remove the solar array and all associated structures. And then that's the amount that we agree on to post. And then that is reevaluated every 5 years to make sure that amount for decommissioning is still there.
And then those funds are deposited somewhere?
Yes, they're held in a bond with the county.
With the town in this case.
They're the town.
Yeah, the town is named as the payee on the bond. So the idea is that if for some reason next year it doesn't do what it's supposed to do under its leases and under its contract with the town, the surety steps in and pays the claim.
We have a tremendous amount of information and thank you for providing all that detail. Can you point me where the substations will be located at? And what do those look like?
So the substation and switchyard would be located just under the yellow line on the screen, which is County Road 200 North. It's those two small boxes. And so there are visual representations that are also filed in the petition that you can see.
So do you have, how many acres will that area consist of or consume?
Yeah, we have our representative from engineering and construction, Kevin Klein. Kevin, if you're able to chime in on the footprint of the substation or switchyard, that'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely, Ellie. So typically we will use 10 acres as a frame of reference as a starting point for the substation and switchyard, which we typically also use for a laydown yard and staging area in the early process for the project.
Okay, so I'm going to go back. I believe we discussed about 235 acres of panels and 10 acres of substation and switchyard. What's consuming the rest of the property?
So the rest of that acreage, the 785 fenced-in acreage, you have spaces in between the panel areas here and the fences. There's sometimes 20 feet in between the panel and the fence. There is the ground coverage ratio is the ratio of land that is actually covered with solar panels. So there are rows in between every panel as well for renewable technicians to walk in between and perform preventative and ongoing maintenance. So the 785 fenced in acreage, if you will, might be helpful in conceptualizing it, but it's about a 30% ground coverage ratio of what is covered in panels when the panels are horizontal.
Okay, so if we add in the setbacks off the fence line and the access roads and the rows between the panels, we start consuming the remainder of that acreage?
Yes, sir.
So is the math correct? It's like 550 acres are common space. 235 is the actual panels and 10 acres of substation to equal to 785.
Mr. Jones, you know I have a policy of not doing math in public. Somebody can do it though.
Somebody could. Is that correct?
So add it to the 1663.
Part of it's
Oh, part of it's in Marion. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I think you may have crossed townships.
Yeah.
I did, yeah.
So you're only looking at 700 and some total in this.
Gotcha.
section, I believe.
Thanks.
You know, if we could get them to put this at the end of the runway, that would solve a plan commission issue.
I'm not on the planning commission. Not my
Larry and I
problem.
have.
What type of fencing are you talking about? A security fence?
So the fencing that we would have around the panel area would just be a chain link metal fence, something that is allowed around panels, but I think it's between 6 and 7 feet in height.
It does not have barbed wire on the top.
Yes, there is National Electric Code rule that requires barbed wire around the substation only, but not the solar facility.
So in your submission though, your imagery shows a chain link fence, but when you actually call out the image of your fence itself, it is a wooden pole fence with like a 4x4 gridded farm fence. Which of those two is it? Because that description contradicts what's in your documents. Not necessarily the image, but what you call out as
Okay,
your
yeah.
fence.
Let me try to, that's a great question. I personally like the more farm fence look and suggested that imagery. What happened is when we presented that idea to the Boone County plant director, she didn't like it. She wanted the chain link. We are willing in the town of Zionsville to have the more farm look, what the imagery we showed. We're really looking for your selection, if you will.
Okay. I don't know that I have a preference. It's just contradictory.
Yeah.
Mr. Lake, where are you seeing that? Somewhere in there? Okay,
Yeah,
I'll find
it's
it.
in the handout, yeah.
Here's the chain link.
Well, it's in the package that I think we submitted to Mr. DeLong that the board members have.
Yeah.
It shows it what I would call, it looks almost like a deer fence.
Yeah, in all the renderings, you see a chain link fence, and then at some point in this mound of documentation was an image of just a fence, not solar panels or other stuff, and it was, round wooden 6 foot tall fence post with an open 4x4 grid.
Which some
mesh.
communities prefer, by the way. And if the town, and particularly love Mr. DeLong's view, but if the town prefers that appearance, we're fine with that.
It certainly helps with migration of smaller animals.
Has there been environmental studies done on projects that have been removed, farms that have been removed on the soil and everything?
That have been decommissioned. So you're basically asking, once a project's decommissioned, have there been studies done on impacts to wildlife?
No, on the land.
Oh, impacts on the farm,
soil.
the tillability or farmability, agricultural quality of the land.
Right.
Who can speak to that? Oh, Hannah, can you jump in on that one? Can you hear us?
Sure, yeah.
Yay.
Here. So no, and that is because these solar projects are relatively new. So we have not had a project that has lived out the 30-year lifetime to be able to be decommissioned and do those studies yet.
So what happens at the end of the decommissioning process if the soils are found to have been contaminated during the process? Does the bond, is there money there to fix that? or
Absolutely.
Who fixes that?
Yeah, well, that's a great question. I guess I would look at it a couple ways. One of which is the decommissioning agreement has requirements in the attachments to it that describe quality of the soil at decommissioning. So that's a contractual obligation.
Okay. That's sufficient. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to back up and do math again
Okay.
because I'm struggling. So the drawing up there and the drawings we have here, just a little bit, don't quite match, which is my specialty, I guess. But I'm trying to get a idea of what we're looking at. If you're telling me that there's 785 acres that you guys have under contract, and you're going to put 235,000 acre or 235 acre of exposed panel on it, and the rest is going to be all kind of common area. Either the density of the panels being shown is either going to be less than what's on here, or something isn't jiving up. I don't see where there's
Yeah, so you stated the
open area.
785. We have 1,660 acres under lease. The 785 figure is what would be fenced in and shown in the panel areas here. So outside of that fence area is that additional setback that we spoke about in our commitments and conditions of 200 feet from residential structures and 50 feet from non-participating property lines.
Yeah, so I mean, it's tiered. I mean, you have the total gross acreage, which I believe the findings talk about 1651. Does that sound right? Okay, 1651 acres have been submitted. Those legal descriptions are in the case file. Within the fence is 785. So if you do the math between 1651 and 785, that's the setback. There'll be nothing there other than the landscaping and the wild grasses and all of that. Then inside the fence line, you've got the 235 acres that are actually under panel, the rest being the spaces between the rows and
I think where
roads and
Larry is
such.
going is either you're
Yeah.
showing your panels much closer together on these images than they really will be.
Ah.
Because if you look at the ground coverage of this, you're covering like 90% of the ground, not 30% of the ground. And also to Larry's point, that coverage does not match what is in our book.
Yeah,
So
it's a
is
problem
that-
with the imaging.
So is that your configuration or is this your configuration because they are different?
Well, I think what we say in the findings of fact, we are bound by. And we are saying in the findings of fact that it's 1651, 235 acres under panel.
Okay, so that's fine, but the layout up there is different than the layout we have here.
Yeah, the layout you have is the technical engineering layout. This is a visual to show the panel areas, but it's impossible to show the individual rows. This is zoomed out.
The footprint there though is smaller than the footprint here.
Yeah. Now, one other thing, I neglected to mention this. We have filed a development plan application with the town that the Plan Commission will take up in, we hope, in August. All of that level of detail, they're going to go over. I mean, it was a very thick submittal, things that Wayne and others of his team have asked for of us. And that level of scale of drawing will be examined by the Plan Commission. And then ultimately, of course, we have to obtain an improvement location permit that has to have absolute final locations.
You know, being on BZA and Plan Commission, we get lit up about lot coverage every day. So you're saying you're held by the findings of fact, right? So when you say that there's 651 acres and that the modules will be mounted and will cover approximately 235 acres or 30% of the ground when positioned horizontally, you're saying that they'll actually be able to cover 495 acres. That's a big swing, 235 to 495. What's the number? What are the numbers, guys? Because everybody out here is looking at this, at the density of coverage, and not happy about it. What is it? Because I don't think you're nothing. Am I off base
No.
as usual?
You're not.
Kevin, are you able to speak to the ground coverage ratio and the specifics? And what also I'll just mention is coming into play, these are tracker panels that cover, slightly different amounts as they're at horizontal versus full tilt.
Yeah, Ellie, you are absolutely correct that the density is, I guess, misrepresented in the aerial image. Those are the arrays, and those arrays at that point will be at a 0.30 GCR, which is your ground cover ratio. So within those black blocks that you see, we will only be covering 1/3 of the ground.
And
So
this
just to
is
confirm,
Hannah.
in the Union
Mark.
Township area, currently what we're seeing on this drawing and what was up there a minute ago, the gross 1,651 acres under lease. That's the area under lease in the Union Township area. Is that correct?
Could you repeat the question?
Currently in the maps we have, drawing E200, overall site layout, max build. What we're really addressing tonight for us is the area inside of Union Township, which is that area from 200 south or 200 north to 421 to 100 north to 600 east. Within that area, you've got under contract or available to be leased 1,651 acres. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And according to what you've got listed here in the findings of fact, basically the largest amount of ground that you will cover with panel at that point could be up to 30%, which is where I came up with the 465 number. But what you have listed
It's within the 785. Meaning it's the acreage the only thing we can develop is what's within the fence. Again, anything outside the fence based off of the 1651 are these setback areas.
Okay, that even makes less sense. So you say you have under lease 1,651 acres.
Right.
Of which you're only going to use 785?
Only 785 within the fence. And then even less than that is actually have panels on top of it.
So then the black area is a hatch representing the area within the fence, not the area with panels.
Is that a fair statement? That's correct.
Okay. You really ought to have a drawing with the area panels because that is extremely misleading. That looks like that whole area is being covered with panels.
Well, what we presented, we just filed this last Friday to the Area Plan Commission, has this drilled down a little bit better. When we say maximum optimization, I think that is meant to allow us to shift panels around based on final engineering, which is not completed yet.
Yeah. So the map that you have, I believe it's the engineering drawing, it should show the actual panel areas. So this area should be, represented as the hatch that you described.
We don't have anything other than that. The only thing we have, all the drawings we have this hatch on it. We don't have anything that has less that I'm aware of.
I think that's because
This
that was
is Hannah
submitted to the Area Plan.
Marsico, if I could speak for a moment.
Sure.
I actually have a background in mapping as well. And the reason that the area is so large is because at this scale, with the symbology, for you to actually be able to see the panels, the line has to be thickened, which makes it that wider area. You would have to zoom way in to see the actual panels in their rows at that level of detail. And I think that we were trying to show a larger area of the project, so the symbology just isn't possible the way the mapping works.
As an architect, I totally get that. It's just very misrepresented.
Might be helpful to see if we could zoom in on an area to get an understanding of what one particular area would look like. I also have another question regarding these. As I look at the map, there's some separation between several of these different areas. Is there transmission lines between these areas?
There would be collection running in between the panel areas. Yes, that would connect the panels.
Is that above ground? Underground?
There is already an overhead transmission line that bisects this property as well. Is that correct?
And that is exactly why this is the location that was selected for this, is because of the existing grid infrastructure and the proximity to the transmission line and the capacity that it had to carry and inject this energy.
So there's already a big high tension
Yeah.
line that runs right through here.
You mentioned earlier the 50 decibels at the property line. What makes noise? That's a dumb question.
No,
What
it's a
from
great
this project
question.
makes
Yes,
noise?
Kevin, do you want to jump in on some of the equipment here?
Yeah, Ellie. So after the construction phase is completed, the only thing you're really going to have noise from is the noise from the inverters. Project this size, you're looking somewhere between 60 and 63 inverters, as well as the GSU, or the main transformer that's at the substation. And those are going to be the equipment that makes noise.
Makes sense. Yep.
Can you tell us how many residents are adjacent to panels? Currently, they're not what might be there in 2 years, but what's there now? Do you know how many? And how many of those are within that, was it 200 feet or so where you do the double row of vegetation? Are there many?
Well, there are 29, we believe, residences that are at the 200-foot line. Or, I'm sorry, for the 400-foot. Well, you're going to do a better job. Sorry.
Yeah, as Mary said, it's the 29 residences that have been identified that would be within the 400-foot proximity measure, which was what we based the visual buffering landscaping proposal off of.
Okay, can you give me a better understanding of, I'm one of those 29 residents, my property line is right here. How far away will the fence be from my property line, and where will that visual buffer be?
So the visual buffer would be located outside of the project fence line. And the exact proximity to the fence line would depend on how far away the residence is from the road. But in no situation would a panel be closer than 200 feet because of the setback.
Okay, so if I measure from the road and I walk onto this property, I shouldn't be able to hit a panel until I walk 200 feet.
Correct.
Okay, where is the fence line located at?
The fence line is approximately 20 feet. I can let an engineer correct me, but that's based on allowing space for emergency vehicles or maintenance vehicles to be able to
20 feet
navigate.
off the panel? Okay. So if I walk 180 feet from the road, I should hit a fence, and then if I jump the fence and walk 20 feet, I should hit a panel.
Yes, sir.
If you go to tab 4, that plan, every red section is the length of the planning berm they're talking about. Which is where my comment came in, that if you've got a quarter mile or a half mile of panels and you look out your window and you've got 200 foot of berming, it really doesn't cover a whole lot when you consider your natural field of view is this, and you're going to cover like this.
It's an interesting image, because when we described the project, I didn't have those small red lines in my head, but now that I see them.
I mean, you think of 200 and you're like, wow, 200, that's pretty generous. And then you look at 200 on there and you're like, really doesn't hide very much.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to pause this conversation momentarily, and I'm going to go to some admin stuff. We have several people who are interested in this topic. It's 10 o'clock. I have no intention of being here all night. I would open this up to the group on what is the appropriate way to continue this conversation. Obviously, we have not heard from any remonstrators. We probably still have questions for the petitioners. And I would strongly encourage that this is going to require a robust conversation. Fellow board members, how would you like to proceed? For the record, nobody can tell that Larry's got a calculator out still.
I would prefer to hear the demonstrators tonight. I would rather not delay that until some other point.
Okay.
But I think that that may be all we want to do tonight too.
Okay.
Well, and I kind of go back to your statement earlier, everybody, there's quite a bit of shared sentiment. And hopefully there are a few people that can talk for the many. I mean, it's not like we don't have literally remonstrance letters, out to whatever that cover this. So, I mean, there aren't 600 different topics that people are frustrated about. It's like 6 that don't need to be reiterated 100 times.
Okay.
So I think we can probably try and condense some of that sentiment down.
Okay, so I'm assuming we still have more questions for the petitioner. There'll be an opportunity for them to come back before us. Maybe what we should do is here, let's just put a hard time limit on it. We can hear more if we continue our conversation, but we stop at 10:45 or 11. I mean,
It's just so we can get.
see where we can get. Okay. Thank you. I'm not going to be here all night.
I think everybody's property is unique and everybody might have a unique story, but if it's the same talking point, we just need to move on.
Okay.
Because I only got about 6 or 7 themes out of literally 300 plus remonstrance letters.
I would agree.
So.
So would there be like to speak for or against this project? Mr. DeLong, is there a logical place to start with this as you have?
Well, certainly your rules of procedure speak to the petitioner and parties speaking in favor of the petition is one group.
Yep.
Certainly remonstrators is identified in your rules of procedure as an additional group. You've given an amount of time to the petitioner. I mean, while there has not been any additional parties speaking in support, to your group's points here, it seems appropriate to gather information from interested parties that are not in favor of the petition, certainly not excluding additional positive comment or excluding additional negative comment at future dates.
Okay. Yeah. Let's proceed with this understanding. If you are in favor of this project, thank you. We would like to hear from you at some point. At this point, we've heard the petitioner and we've heard their pitch. So let's hear from some remonstrators. And then as we continue our conversation, we can open it back up for the public and allow those people who are in favor of this project. So if you're a remonstrator who is not supportive of this project, feel free to come forward, state your name and address for the record. As we discussed, if you want to queue up that way, please be concise. And if you have repetitive comments, please limit those as much as possible.
For the record, my name is Mike Andrioli, 1393 West Oak Street here in Zionsville. I represent a designated group of individuals who are remonstrating against this special exception for the Brickyard Solar LLC. A couple of comments, and then I'll get into my formal presentation, which I'm going to keep very, very brief. I submitted a very large submission for your consideration. Unfortunately, it came right before the 4th of July holidays. So I hope at some point, if you've not already read it or reviewed it, including the studies that are in there and also including the written testimony of Professor Corey Lang from Rhode Island, who testified on the diminution of property values as it relates to this particular project here in Indiana. That's part of that particular submission. So there was written testimony in here from him as it related to this particular project. And his credentials are in here and his previous studies are in there. So hopefully you have a chance to review that. And I certainly understand if you did not have a chance to review it all before tonight because of the holiday period. A couple of things that Mary said that I want to respond to just very, very briefly. And she made reference to the fact that these are in other locations. And I have no doubt, not necessarily the same project, not necessarily this size, but are in other locations, which makes sense because counties vary, demographics vary, towns and cities vary. They have different needs. They have different qualities they want to maintain. They have different aspects of life that they try to maintain. All of those are fine and all of those are good. But what may be appropriate for a county in southern Indiana, or perhaps a limited solar array in northern Indiana, may not be what we seek here in Zionsville, and that will be your hard charge as to have to make those decisions based upon the special exception application. So I do represent that group and have filed that written opposition. This in no way complies with your master plan. Does not comply with your master plan. You're going to hear only tangential arguments that suggest that somehow or another removing farmland and replacing it with solar panels complies with your master plan. The master plan that was done in the county at the time for Eagle Union Township back in 2009 had a huge number of people from Zionsville participating in that plan, including Mary's partner, and including a number of representatives from the town, including Ed Mitro and others that were part of that study committee that prepared that plan for Eagle and Union Township. And one of the hallmarks of that plan was that the agricultural ground would be protected, that it was a resource not only personally, but it was a resource economically, and it would be protected. And what's happening here is we're seeking to remove that ground from agricultural ground and replace it with the solar panel. That is totally against the master plan itself. I'm also concerned about the process. And nothing about what the board is doing or what has been filed or how it's been submitted yet, other than I have concerns that, as I mentioned in my presentation, written presentation, I have to present more information to this board when I file for a special exception for a single family home in the ag area. I have to have a detailed site plan. I have to know whether I'm impacting the legal drains. All of that has to come before you can make an intelligent decision. And if none of that's present in this particular application, that's not the board's problem. That's not your job to have to do what the applicant needs to do. That's their job to do that. And this application is wholly insufficient in that regard. When you're working at trying to figure out what the numbers mean, something's not right with regard to the application. We ought to be able to agree what the numbers are, what's going to be developed, what the site plan is going to look like. You can argue about whether or not it should be in a position to be approved, but we shouldn't be arguing about the specifics of the development itself. That's not your job. That's the applicant's job to give you the information that you need in order to make an informed and intelligent decision. I'm also concerned because I was on the original reorganization committee that now brought Union Township, rural Eagle Township, and Zionsville together. And we had a number of discussions during that process about how are we going to convince the people in Union Township, the people in rural Eagle Township, that their rights and their interests would be protected over Main Streets. And there was a lot of discussions about that because there had to be a vote. People had to vote for this reorganization. And if they didn't vote for it, it couldn't occur. And I have a genuine concern. I mean, a genuine concern that somehow or another, my clients out in Union Township feel that, and they've expressed this to me, that this is the litmus test of whether they voted correctly and whether they made the right decision as to whether their interests are going to be protected. They have a concern about that. Ultimately, you will make the decision that you feel best and supported by the facts and the information and the evidence. But they are scared about that and they have a concern about that. I have a concern as to whether this is the right approach in terms of the application. I looked at the application. It shows a box for a utility, special exception for the box. But then you go to the definitions, and it talks about public utility in the Zionsville Code states a municipal public utility service which has been issued a final order by the state's Utility Regulatory Commission granting an applicable certificate to the utility and maintains that certificate in good standing with the IURC. And this may be a simple issue, could be cleared up, but I just didn't see it in any of the submissions. So I respectfully apologize if I'm raising a red herring that I don't intend to raise. But as a practical matter, I saw no information in there regarding this project, whether the Brickyard Solar LLC has been approved and given a certificate by the IURC. Because if they haven't, they don't even meet the definition of a utility, public utility that comes within your ordinance. I'm sure that will come out later in staff reports when staff has an opportunity to talk about that, but I'm just raising that issue. We submitted a number of studies, and others will talk about a number of studies regarding the hazardous nature of these panels. They're having trouble figuring out how they're going to dispose of these panels. There's a number of studies and those types of things that I've included and referenced, and others will reference, and we will supplement. Since we've talked about that, we'll supplement those particular studies for your reading pleasure, because there's a number of concerns, and Mr. Lake, you raised questions about that. And I think they're legitimate questions because this hasn't gone on far enough. Do we know whether we are going to be doing the right thing or not? We don't know whether there's going to be leaching into the soil. Everybody says, well, soil 30 years could be fine. We don't know that. And there's concerns about that. There's concerns about the fact that we're in a tornado area and things come through. And well, it'll be a big piece of glass. It won't be small glass. I don't buy that for a second. And that's a concern. Into the soils is otherwise. The other thing that I thought was interesting, and perhaps we'll find more about this. We presented petitions, and hopefully you received a number of letters from concerned citizens. And all we asked them to do, to the extent that I had any input into, is tell them what your story is. Tell them what your concerns are. Tell them what your details are. Let them know what you think about this in terms of whether or not this is right for Union Township. And I actually got this in the mail. There was a flyer from NextEra Energy asking me to go ahead and send a letter to Mr. Wayne DeLong suggesting I support the Brickyard. Have you received any of these?
We've received 2.
Okay. I didn't know whatever you received, but they went to this mass mailing and spent all this money. And so far you received 2?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure that's the best use of one's finances, but you'll make that call in the end. I'll be quiet now. Others want to speak. I may have an opportunity to address the board again. And again, thank you to the extent you have or you will in the future read my submissions and information. I really do appreciate it. It was lengthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andreoli. So the way this goes, name, address, and then what your concerns are.
I've been here for 20 hours. I know how to do this now.
You know what? If you want to trade seats, I'm in.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Brownlee. I live at 7317 East 100 North. My address is actually Whitestown, but I am in Union Township. I thank Mr. DeLong and the board both for enabling us to be here in person and to meet the needs of the community on this very large topic. I also want to genuinely thank you, especially after being at this meeting tonight, for serving our community as a public servant. I am certain that your job is not very easy and that you fulfill it because you're passionate about preserving the culture of our community while enabling responsible growth that adheres to the plan set out in 2009. You just received a packet from me. It has some that was in my letter as well to you all, but it has some additional pictures and information in it and articles. And I just wanted to say that when working in the business world, I had the opportunity to travel the country. And on a very, very rare occasion, I would stumble upon a gem of a little town or a borough or a village, just like Zionsville. We have something very special here, and I am privileged to call it home. For some, Zionsville is walking to the park, to Main Street, or to the library. It's the architecture and the preservation of it. It's community. Eventually, my family embraced Zionsville as our community, but from County Road 100 North. I was a city girl, and moving from Rain Tree subdivision to the country was quite eye-opening for me. I have grown to love the many differences of country living, things like well water. As I think about the health of my family and community, I wonder what the solar panels will, if the solar panels will leach toxins into the water table, impacting human life, but also the well-being of farm animals and the wildlife. Next year said on a Zoom session a few weeks ago that it would not. But if you notice tonight in their presentation, they said not likely. You'll also find that if you do research, and we were told on that Zoom call that specific details about the panels and where they're manufactured, they don't spec them until they receive this special exception. So in fact, we don't really know where they're coming from and what truly is in them. Also, a recent article stated that they're currently purchasing them from China. They have also commented the solar panel industry is very dynamic and rapidly changing. I have found multiple third-party studies that counter the safety of the panels and toxicity issues enough to leave doubt and concern. And I appreciate you, Mr. Lake, and those who are astute enough to ask the right questions, because we really don't have the right answers. I learned living the country that we experience significant wind, and very often. I have a packet included, or a picture included, of a tornado that's directly across the field from my home. It's a paneled home. It's a home that will have solar panels in it, or a paneled field. We often joke we live in Tornado Alley. Well, what happens if, and more likely when, a tornado or gusting winds pass through 675,000 solar panels? What is their trajectory and how far will they fly? A NextEra rep stated at the open house, the installations are built to withstand winds, and I believe the figure of 120 miles per hour was listed. These pictures that you have in the pack tell a different story. And don't forget the hail. I'm still fascinated and excited to see wildlife in the country. We have the usual rodents, but we also have red fox, coyotes, deer, lots of migratory geese. More recently, we have seen bald eagles, and the occasional bobcat has been sighted. A NextEra rep said, and they did tonight, they do studies to best mitigate the conservation of wildlife. How is this even possible, and what does that mean with hundreds of acres of newly fenced solar panels? And what about the proposed bird sanctuary less than 1 mile south of this installation? They say that there are no glare panels, but I've looked and looked at just what they post, and you can see that there is enough glare to the panels that the geese might confuse it for a water source. This too is a controversial issue, and it's hard to validate because there are no rules reporting bird carcasses found on a solar field. Decommissioning. The concept is riddled with whys, at least to me. Why is the long-term plan so short-term if solar is really so good? What kind of risk management will be done by Zionsville now to ensure the installation gets cleaned up later? They said tonight that they will do a bond, and I do believe they will, but they reevaluate it every 5 years and they only fund it gradually. What happens when this LLC is no longer in existence? What happens to the bond or the remainder, and also inflation? These are just things that need to be addressed. Do farmers, or most farmers, apparently there's some in the room that think that the land will be ready for production the next day, and that's a direct quote from a NextEra rep, but how many farmers really believe that the land will not need to be tilled and nurtured with nutrients, perhaps for years to come, to be productive and soil again? considering they've had panels on them for anywhere from 20 to 50 years. And what if it is discovered the panels actually did leach toxins into the ground, or it has glass shards in it from damaged panels? The topic of solar is very complex. Several of us have literally spent the last 2 months and hundreds of hours researching this. This is a big deal for you. With NextEra alone adding more than 6.5 million panels in the last 3 years and 30 million panels planned to be installed by 2030, as stated on their website, I wonder about the trade-offs. Where will all the panels be discarded? NextEra reps say panel manufacturers have a plan, but industry news will tell you otherwise. It actually is a very big industry conundrum right now. After hundreds of hours researching large-scale solar panels placed on prime farmland, which ours is, the above questions only serve to illustrate there are considerably more questions than answers. Often the answers are biased and very controversial. Proof of concept is the thing of the future, not the present, due to the emerging technology and industry. And at this time, large solar installations on prime farmland serve only two purposes: financial gain for the landlord farmers, financial gain for the energy company and shareholder. And this financial gain comes at a cost to our local community. There is much in this industry that is immature, emerging, unsettling, unresolved, and downright scary to those closest to us. While I understand many believe solar to be the energy of the future and would like to see Zionsville be a part of the solution, we really already are. Think about it. We have limited prime farmland that is contributing to the needs of the world through beans and corn, as well as beef, pork, chicken, and bison, and I'm sure I'm leaving something out. As you wonder if NextEra's proposal is going to promote the health, safety, and well-being of your rural constituents and rural community, I respectfully ask you to do your own research, but access third-party objective studies. I would also advise you to talk to other commissioners and other counties to visit other solar sites, because they don't look like what the pictures look like, and find out firsthand what they dealt with. Clearly the majority of the local community impacted by the proposal of this large-scale solar installation opposes the project. I respectfully ask you to vote no to NextEra's filing for special exception.
Thank you. Thank you very much for participating in tonight's conversation.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Victoria Wessler, 6906 North Caldwell Road, Lebanon, Indiana. I have some comments regarding the solar industry in general that I've been asked to share with you this evening. As a 20-year resident of Boone County, I took great interest in the proposed project. And I went down to the planning office and I read through the entire set of documents, including the finding of fact. In the finding of fact document, there is only one comment about the safety and efficacy of solar farms. It's been read earlier today, but I'd like to read it again just so I can refresh your memory. It was from the North Carolina Clean Energy Technology Center, and it was dated 2017, and it read as follows. The negative health and safety impacts of utility scale PV developments were shown to be negligible, while the public health and safety benefits of installing these facilities are significant and far outweigh any significant impact. Sounded pretty good to me. As I was driving home in my car, I had a very unsettled feeling, and I just kept thinking, why would an industry that prides itself in advancing technology use data from 2017 in something they submitted in 2020 or 2021? So part of my career was as an internal investigator in corporations, and kind of just got the hair on the back of my neck standing up, and I thought maybe I should do a little research. So I went home and I started doing some research on the current state of the solar industry in North Carolina. And this is what I found. This is from an article dated October 2020, the Carolina Journal. And I discovered a very different picture of how solar farms affected North Carolina. And North Carolina, just so you know, is one of the early adapter states for solar, along with California. They were all in at a very early time. The article was titled, "Are Counties Taking the Lead in Solar pushback. And it reads as follows. The fact is that solar power is not a panacea. Without the billions of dollars North Carolina's taxpayers and electricity customers have given the industry, solar power would not be thriving. Property owners have seen their land values drop when a solar plant is installed adjacent to their land. Duke Energy has admitted that its natural gas-fired power plants, which are needed to fill the gaps caused by the intermittent nature of solar plants, are polluting more now as a result of more solar plants coming online. And I'll talk a little bit later about that intermittent nature and what happens with that. Beginning some 15 years from now, the state's waste stream will be hit by a tidal wave of spent solar panels. California classifies spent solar panels currently as hazardous waste, and research has shown that heavy metals are leaching out of the solar panels into the groundwater. And we all know that those of us who live in rural communities depend on groundwater for our drinking water and for water for our lives. Reducing property values, causing more air pollution, and contaminating groundwater are all external costs of solar power. That is, the solar companies are not paying for them. Others external to the companies are, and those are the tax holders and the residents. North Carolina Professor Herbert Eckerlin confirmed this sad state of affairs in a public comment dated March 16th, 2021, by saying, we have seen the transformation from roof to farmland take place in North Carolina, and the results have not been pretty. Entire communities have been transformed. Jobs have been lost. Farm-related businesses have been closed, and food production has been curtailed. And he ends his statement by saying, is this what you want for your communities? I will also, just as a sidebar, given the discussion about the ability to transition the land back to being farmable, further on in his comment, and if you want any documentation of this, I'll be happy to send it to you. He estimates it will take at least 5 years for the land to be tillable again. After reading this and several more articles, it became fairly clear to me why a current picture of the solar industry in North Carolina wasn't stated in that finding of fact, and why such old data was being used. So at this point, I really didn't have a firm opinion of the solar industry, only what I knew from the promotional materials that I read. And I decided to do some research. And I found that there is another side to the solar industry, and it is not a very attractive one. And I'd like to share just a few issues that have stood out that you might want to take into consideration as you're assessing this project. The first is that solar power is at best intermittent and unreliable. On cloudy or rainy days, solar performance is inconsistent, unpredictable, or non-existent. In Indiana, believe it or not, we have an estimated number of clear days that are 88 in the year. Those are days where we have full sun at less than 30% cloud. So while you can make power while the sun shines, you cannot store enough of it to meet peak demands, which brings me to my next concern, and one that I am told often gets hidden from the view in the solar power debate, and I hope will not be hidden here. And that is the issue of the minimum backup requirement, sometimes referred to as MBR. If you haven't discussed the minimum backup requirement, or you don't know what it is, I believe that it should be an integral part of assessing whether or not you want to bring the solar industry to Boone County. According to David Wojcik, former consultant of the Office of Scientific and Technical Information with the U.S. Department of Energy, for every utility, there will be times when there is zero solar power combined with near peak demand. Meeting this need is what's called the minimum backup requirement. And the huge cost of meeting that requirement is part of the cost of solar power, the part that people rarely talk about, especially the utilities. We need to be asking the question, how will NextEra provide power to meet peak demand when solar production is controlled by Mother Nature? The answer is you will have to buy it from somewhere else. And that is going to be expensive, and very expensive. It's the reason why electricity prices in early adapter states like California and North Carolina have risen rather than declined with the addition of more solar installations. And in Germany, the world leader in solar and wind energy, The citizens experienced a 50% increase in electricity prices between 2009 and 2017. Germany learned a hard lesson about the minimum backup requirement, and their attempted transition to renewables over the last 20 years, which a huge project in their country, was such a failure that they have now gone back to traditional fuel sources. Another issue is that over the life of the project, you may be dealing with a company that's not the same as the one you began the project with. Solar companies can sell off projects all the time. It is very common. NextEra does it. It's a business practice. You sell ones that are underperforming and buy ones that are performing better. It's just the way it is. I would think, although I have not seen a contract, that there are no contractual guarantees to Zionsville or the landowners that the ownership of the Brickyard Solar project will remain in the hands of NextEra for the estimated duration of the project's life. And with the globalization of business, it is certainly possible that the project could be sold off to perhaps an entity that is owned in whole or in part by another country. Lastly, I would ask you to consider an assessment of the solar industry by KWH Analytics. KWH Analytics is a market leader in solar industry risk assessment. And in a June 2021 report, they had this to say about the industry. Solar asset underperformance continues to worsen, with projects chronically underperforming and modules degrading faster than previously expected. The fact is that they're degrading twice as fast as they've estimated. The report states that over a 20-year asset life, the project degradation could therefore be underestimated by as much as 14%, resulting in severely overestimated performance and overestimated revenue forecasts. Writing in the report's executive summary, KWH Analytics states that the data compiled highlights how the industry has, quote, significant work to do when it comes to mitigating financial, operational, and natural catastrophe risks. Why would anyone, if given the choice, even consider allowing an industry to come to Zionsville or Boone County, which has been characterized by their own risk managers as one who has significant work to do when it comes to mitigating financial, operating, and natural catastrophe risks? Beats me. Perhaps the recently released 2021 report from the American Experiment titled Not in Our Backyard says it best. It details the growing opposition of government entities across the country to solar projects in rural America. And it says that paving rural America with renewable energy won't solve climate change. It will, however, cost trillions of dollars, create visual blight across the country, cause more negative human health impacts, and lead to more economic pain in rural America. Why would we want to pursue a path that has failed in this country and is failing in other countries? It is with the best interest of the future of Zionsville in mind that I respectfully ask you to deny NextEra's filing for a special exemption for the Brickyard Solar project. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your comments.
Andy Grinstead, 9400 East, 300 North, Whitestown.
Andy, I'm sorry. I'm gonna call you Andy because I didn't catch your last name. Will you repeat it, please?
Andy Grinstead.
Thank you.
Sorry. My wife and I are lifelong members, or lifelong residents of the county, and I'm here to represent the people of the community. The community is really the ones that have to live there. They have to look at it every day and they have to live beside it. I think that community opinion should count for something. You're going to hear a lot of hard facts tonight, and you've heard a lot of them already. Impacts that are reflected include the negative impact on property values. We can have studies on either side that can say anything you want to say. It's really common sense. I don't think that anybody can debate that any other way than say common sense. No question that's going to have negative impact on property values. impacting wildlife, destroying roads during construction, taking farmland out of production, raising neighborhood temperatures, creating an issue for future generations when decommissioning needs to happen, the fact the power generated will not be used locally, potential contaminants, underground drainage conflicts, noise generated during constructions, and more. You've heard those already. I'm not going to repeat those. I'm going to discuss a soft fact, a fact that maybe sometimes gets overlooked. I'm going to talk about the community. Our community is certainly made up of farmers, but our community is also made up of others, teachers, nurses, pharmacists, doctors, firemen, construction workers, grandparents, parents, kids, people that have all chose to live an ordinary, simple life and be peaceful. People in our community chose to live here, or maybe they stayed here because they wanted to be away from the infrastructure of the urban city. They wanted to be have freedom from noise, traffic, the cityscape, glass buildings, sidewalks, industrial fences, stoplights, etc. They chose to live here. They chose to live here where they know their neighbors. Maybe their neighbors went to high school together. Maybe they grew up together. They watch each other's kids. They have cookouts. The potential of this project has solidified this community. I was recently asked a good question by an elected official from Zionsville. He asked me, have you come across anyone who is in favor of this project moving forward? My answer is very simple, no. Outside of the landowners who have signed up to lease their land, I have personally not encountered anyone that supports this project. In fact, of the 5 or so landowners in Union Township who have signed up, only one of them actually lives in our community. And they're not here full time. This project would be the single most community impacting project in the history of Boone County. Yet, as we saw tonight, there hasn't been any detailed documents that anyone can tell what's really going to be constructed. We had that discussion during the petitioner's presentation. The community has rallied. The outpouring community expression is united. Hundreds of letters have been written to the county and the Zionsville BZA. We had our own open house. I walked outside during that open house and found nearly every parking spot at the venue occupied. The willingness to sign our petition has been overwhelming. In other words, the community is united in their thoughts. If this project were to succeed, the morality of the community would be crushed. Regardless of the negative impact on the community, I fear people would choose to sell if this project moved forward and move out of the community. This coming so soon after the reorganization that merged Union and Eagle Townships. To complete this merger, then immediately throw this community under the bus and allow 450,000 solar panels to be installed in Union Township alone, that would change the environment of the area, would be a mistake, a travesty, and certainly be a perpetual aberration. It's very clear that passage of this project would certainly result in dismantling the morale of the community, alter the quality of life for those actually living in the community, decrease neighboring property values, eliminate the desire to live here, and basically destroy the community as we know it. The community has one single united request. Don't let that happen.
Thank you for participating.
My name's Steve Reynolds. I live at 10236 East 300 North in Sheridan. I kind of hesitate to talk after hearing the last few people talk. They presented it so well. I don't want to muddy it up, but my reaction when I first heard about this project was immediate alarm. My concern didn't come from manufactured outrage or misinformation, but rather it was a concern that a company was trying to build an industrial size power production facility throughout Union and Marion Township that is zoned for agriculture. My guess is that they call this thing a solar farm to just make it more palatable to the people living amongst it or the people making decisions. And that name doesn't change the fact that they're creating a patchwork of solar panels. If you look at Exhibit 5A, I counted like 12 different mile squares, not square miles, but mile squares that had some sort of solar arrays in them. This is just a massive project, and it can't be taken lightly. Brickyard Solar may try to do everything they're promising in their proposal and have everything in place when the power plant goes online. But the big unknown is, what will these solar fields look like after, say, 10 years? When the technology is outdated, repairs are needed, the buffer zones of trees are in disarray, erosions have occurred, water runoff issues, and et cetera on that. Who are we going to call? Who will listen to us? There are promises made in the proposal, but we know the burden of proof is going to be on us about what's going wrong with things. And I'm sure the attorneys at that point on the other side will get involved, and we'll have to hire our own attorneys. It'll be very costly. And yeah, they'll come fix something as simple as a drain tile in a field, but how much are we going to have to prove that their project impacted that drain tile? Something as small as that. A project of this type and size in our area should not be allowed. We've heard things tonight about, well, I think we heard that this project, there's nothing of this size. You got to go all the way to Minnesota. I mean, and they're wanting to put it right here in Zionsville. We know how to ask questions amongst petitioners that are wanting to build buildings, residential and commercial, but we don't even know what questions to ask. We don't know. They throw a plan out in front of us. We don't know if it's a good one or not. It may look slick, but we don't know the right questions to ask with all that. And I don't think that this place is the trial ground for a project of this side. I just beg you to stick to the Boone County Comprehensive Plan and the Zionsville Plan, and let this land be slowly developed as everyone here had expected for as long as they've lived here. We all know that eventually we will be surrounded by development. That kind of development is gradual and is what everyone expected when we purchased our land. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Bruce Cunningham. I live at 11559 East 200 North Sheridan. And really, boy, we had some great speeches, I think. I don't want to be redundant here. But I felt that I'd say a couple things, and then I'll leave it at that. I don't believe you're going to vote on this tonight. So there's a very controversial figure. He's actually a very liberal man. I want you to look at his video. It's going to take an hour and a half. It will debunk everything the green energy has to say. He was all for green energy. He debunks everything. He goes to the solar sites. He sees the abandoned solar sites. He tells you how they're made, how it takes fossil fuels. Every green energy idea that they're coming up with right now has to be made with fossil fuels. So everything they're trying to replace it with can't be made without it. So I would ask each one of you to look up Michael Moore and YouTube video it and just play it. It would be well worth your hour and a half that you need to spend in front of that to look at everything that they're trying to bring into our community. And really, the only other thing I want is, I am a farmer and I do farm. And to bring this ground back after 35 years is just ridiculous. There is no way. Everything you put into the ground, the fertilizer, the nitrogen, it goes into the soil and it keeps draining. There is no way that you will bring this soil back in any quick time. You are going to have to spend an enormous amount of money to bring the soils back up where they're going to produce anything. So that is a false narrative that they're trying to push on us. It's going to go right back into agricultural land. It's not going to happen. And even the people that are here, I know there's people here that have signed this up that are old farmers, and some of us still, they know that. They're not stupid. They know that. I'm not telling them anything they don't already know, and they signed their ground up. I've been approached several times. We own ground in Marion Township. We own ground in Union Township. We have several thousand acres of ground that we own in the Boone County area. And we've been hit up several times. But and Andy said there was everybody in the township that's so far that signed up, there's only a few that live here, okay? I live here, I love it here, and I don't want to see my property devalued. I want to turn it over to my kids. If I want my kids to move out by me, they don't want to live across from a solar farm. They want to see I love to see hay grow. I love to smell of hay. I love the smell of fresh turned dirt. I love to watch the crops grow. And every year it's a challenge to grow more crops.
to take product, I'm not even on with the speech here, I'm just going on. But you're taking farm ground out of the states of the United States. They're putting it into solar farms, okay? I don't know how much you guys know about farming, but we have a shortage of soybeans. We have a shortage of grain right now, okay? And the prices are actually elevated very high. They've been very suppressed the last few years, but right now we don't have enough. We're shipping more to China than we have to fulfill the contract for our own needs. If you keep taking more production out of the area, what are you going to have? You can't eat a solar panel. You can't eat it. Trust me, I don't believe you can eat it. So the only thing I'm going to finish with is they brought up in their little thing, they said that they virtually have no subsidies. Okay. We all know they're getting a huge subsidies. That's just the way the government works. They hand out money to anybody that wants to take it. And what happens when that money runs out? I did a little checking up, and in the last couple of years in Boone County, there's been over a few thousand acres sell, and the lowest price was on farm ground only, no houses, just farm ground, large tracts, 95 to 160 acres. It's been from 8,200 to 9,700. Okay, why, if these people own the billions of dollars they have and are smart businessmen, if you were going to say, let's just average out $10,000 and let's take 2,000 acres because that's what they're doing. They're essentially doing, it's going to be a little bit more of that if you add Marion Township. If you doubled the price of the ground and say, hey, I'm going to give $20,000 to these farmers, and believe me, there's a bunch of them that would jump on that because it's a lot of money. Okay, that's 40 million. Taking 2,000, that's 40 million bucks. The lifetime of their leases that they're talking about, and they're talking 35 years, but the contract they showed me was a 30-year lease with an option for another 20. That's a 50-year lease. Okay, if you take $1,000 a year, which is what they offered me, and they bump it up 2% every few years as the price of everything goes up, that's 50 million bucks per acre. Simple math. That's 100 million bucks, right? So simple math, 40 million and 100, you get 60 million. Any businessman in his right mind would say, let's buy the ground. If it's going to be put back into production and that can later on be sold into houses, it's a no-brainer for a business to buy the ground, right? Why are they leasing it? The reason they're leasing it is the same thing's happening in North Carolina and California. They lease it at a high dollar, and there's articles about that. If you go on the website, there's articles about that. They pay an extraordinary amount of money where a farmer may pay 250 bucks to rent your ground. They're going to pay $1,000 an acre. That's a huge incentive for some people, and I get it. But what's going to happen when that lease runs out, or when they debunk on their if they go belly up? They're not going to get no money. Then these people have no responsibilities. They say they have a bond, and that's all good and dandy, but half the time they say it's not even true. So I would ask each one of you people on the board for one question: would any of you build a new home or buy a home next to this project? That's the only thing I want to know from each one of you. If you would build a home or buy a home, the most expensive investment you'll ever make in your life is your home. It's your dream home. Would you build it next to this solar farm, or would you buy one next to this solar farm? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Greg Schultz. Building a home over off a Hunt Club and residing over in Austin Oaks temporary right now. I am a California transplant of last October here. We escaped, my wife and I, from California to get away from some of the stuff you're talking about right now. I'm a retired 32-year instructor of electronics, robotics, and science. So when you're talking about the solar panels, we did a lot of competitions with our school. We did solar bikes, solar cars, solar boats, and we did it across the entire nation. And we did very well. But the problem was when we hit a day that had overcast, all our production to charge our batteries to run our competition almost cut in half. I'm looking at a picture up here that they showed with their solar panels with a bird perched on the panel, and it's casting a shadow. And one of the ways we shut off our panels is we threw a beach towel over them, and it shut the power off just like that. If a student stood over a panel and his shadow cast across it, it cut that panel off, and we were on that kid so fast, you're not letting our batteries charge. Get the shadow away from there. And the lady was here earlier, said, how many days of sunshine do you have? California, we're about 365. So it works real good out there, except they don't tell you. And I've been to the plants in Southern California, because that's where I was. And I went to the desert and I saw Solar One. I've seen the other plants out there. I've walked them. And they don't tell you that when they built some of these, they transplanted all the wildlife somewhere else. And they won't tell you about the turtles that are basically now extinct because they picked them up and moved them over here and they all died. They don't mention that stuff. You got to dig in and find that. And they were mentioning about what happens when a panel breaks. And she's exactly right. It's like a windshield. It gets hit and it just shatters. But now you have a problem. It doesn't work. All right. So we had a student come by, and he shot a little 3/16 inch plastic little bead at one of our panels. And it just shattered the whole thing. And it was ruined. And the lady was talking about hailstorms. Well, we have a saying in California. It's, what are you going to do? It's not if the fire or if the earthquake comes, it's when it's going to come. And my wife and I lived through 2 major fires in our area. And it's always when, and what is your plan of attack to prevent that or protect your property? And so I'm seeing signs out here, hail damage, question mark. So apparently there's hail damage in Indiana out here. You know, I'm new, so I'm learning a whole lot about the environment. We're loving it. How they're made. We built them in the classroom. We built them from the ground up. We did silicone ones. So that's what most panels are made from silicone. One of the 2 elements out there, silicone and germanium, that solar cells are made from. And you have to realize that in order to make that electrical connection and make it work, the silicone and the germanium have to be doped with some of their element. Now, germaniums that are used in the space program are doped with arsenic, and we know that's not good for us. But that's why it's up there, and that's why it costs millions of dollars, because it has an efficiency of about 44%. I know this because one of my students went to Lockheed Martin down in El Segundo, worked for the satellite division, and brought me the defective ones. A silicone one that most of our panels you see on homes and what they're discussing here are around 22 to 26% efficient. So it's not a very good, efficient way to produce electricity. There's only 6 ways to produce electricity. And I would challenge my students when we're going through all these different energy sources, from Leyden jars, little battery, all the way to hydrogen fuel cells. And we built those in the classroom. We had a tank of hydrogen. We made the hydrogen and split the atom from the water and pulled it off. And the byproduct was, the droppings on the ground, and we got the hydrogen off, and we went to the cell. We've done all that. And they see what's going on. And the inefficiency of solar panels is way down there, and they're not getting much better. The environmental damage, we talked about that. She mentioned also the China thing. There are a few companies in the United States. One of them I think is still family owned, that produce solar panels. The largest solar panel production is in China, and they produce worldwide. Now, when we built a solar panel and we used the silicone, you have to put a strip of tin that's coated with solder, and you need to solder those joints. Solder is made from tin and lead. Lead is toxic to us. So when that panel gets shattered from hail and it starts leaking and it starts degrading the solder connections, you're going to leach that lead and that tin into the ground. And that's why the space program at avionics does not use lead and tin solder. They use gold on their circuit boards. They use other types of elements to solder with and connect this so they don't fall apart in space and in the harsh environments, especially in a fighter aircraft. You have gold circuit boards. Why is the circuit board the size of this going up on a satellite cost $200,000? Because it has gold and precious elements to keep it together, and it's non-toxic there also. It doesn't break down like the lead and tin will that we typically solder with. We don't know what China's making over there. until you get it back here and analyze it, and I'll guarantee you it's going to be lead and tin because that's what's used out there. And predominantly it's inexpensive and quick and easy. It works well. We know its properties. When I retired in 2016, they closed our facility, which was in our industrial tech, our vocational area. And we had numerous solar panels, numerous solar cells, batteries and all that. And the district came out and took a look at us and said, we can't haul that out of here. We've got to call California State. All right. The state in California, you already know, is just boggled with regulations. Hazmat came out, state hazmat, hazardous materials, took a look at our panels. Okay, we'll be back in a week. It took them a day to come out with special boxes to pack those panels up and haul them to who knows where to destroy them or whatever. We don't even know what happened to them, but they came with special boxes, very special, and they packed them and insulated them and hauled them away. It took them almost a day to pack everything up, batteries and the other stuff, but they came out with special equipment to remove those panels from our site. We were saying, we'll just throw in the dumpster, we're done. Oh, no, you won't, because there's copper, there's tin, there's lead, there's caustic materials in there. They don't want to talk about that. She mentioned Germany. I can reiterate on that. Germany's been doing it for over 20 years, and their price of electricity and production in their green energy, wind and solar has gone up about 400%. And they were told that it's going to go down, you're going to have great energy, and it didn't work. So again, yes, I can back her up on that because I've read about that. I respectfully ask you to do your due diligence on this, read about it, find more information, and deny the solar project, really. That's what you need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz, and welcome to Zionsville.
I am woefully unprepared. So, Tim Boyle, I live at 850 North, 800 East.
You seem familiar to me.
Well, everybody looks familiar to me. I'm nervous. I don't know why. Anyway, I think it's a huge gamble that they're building this over the watershed, Eagle Creek watershed. And that's really it. That's how prepared I was. So there you go. That's it.
Would you surmise that you're concerned about the environment, the environmental impact?
Yeah, not just, people's wells, but when you drive around Zionsville, all the bridges you drive over say Eagle Creek watershed, but the underground watershed is in Boone County, directly where they're building. So,
thank you, sir. Good point.
And I'm thinking about buying a house here, but not if this gets approved. So.
Wait, what? I'm sure you can. But it's 11 o'clock. I turn into a pumpkin pretty soon. Fellow board members, this might be an opportunity for us to pause our conversation. I think there's probably more information we have. I think we certainly have to have an opportunity for our petitioner to address some of the current concerns we have. That's part of our rules procedures. So if there isn't any objection, I would recommend we continue this conversation.
At the August meeting?
I'm going to turn to that group. August 4th? Yes.
I got a couple specific things I wouldn't mind seeing better represented at the August 4th meeting by the petitioners. Can we get it out there?
I think you should state them publicly. I don't think we need the petitioner's representatives up. Just state them what you would like to see addressed.
Correct. Number one is just confirming what land is under contract. Once again, going back to the exhibits we provided, it just seemed they weren't particularly clear as to the gross amount of land and the net amount of panel that will be on them.
You didn't see the deeds?
I got you. The second is, and it never got discussed, is just the insurance provision that'll be carried, the insurance that'll be carried by this outfit and what protections it'll offer both the site and the community at large. And finally, just a little more information on decommissioning. It seems to be a large bone of contention and it kind of fluctuates. What about it? Anybody else?
No, I just had maybe legally, if we approve this special use for this project, because they actually have more land under a lease than where they're putting panels, does that automatically give them the right then on that same land to add additional panels under this use exception? Or do they have to come back for an additional use exception?
Would be approving what they have submitted.
Okay.
That is the.
So no larger footprint than that.
I'm looking at the petitioners. Clear on Mr. Jones' requests?
Yeah, okay. First of all, we have no objection, of course, to a continuance. Having been through forums like this before, I think what would be helpful, I think, to all parties, and I haven't talked to next area yet, but is that 10 days ahead of time, we give you a written document. I mean, I've tried to take copious notes of all the things I heard tonight and try to respond to as many of them as we possibly can, meaning that way the public can see it, you all can see it, have time to look at it. We can then at the next hearing literally go through, I mean, there may well be 18 points, right? But that at least we can try to touch on as many as feasible. But I think there's two things to point out tonight. We have to deal with MISO. I think somebody mentioned that in terms of getting on the grid. We can only put so much power into the grid. The reason we have more acres than what we would use is A, because of these setbacks, but B, we are, and Ally will have to jump in here, but we need optionality, right? Like we're not sure, is this particular panel going to go here or over here? And it's still going to be the same amount of power generation. It's not going to double the amount of panels. And so I need to give you sort of a better answer, but that's the short answer to the question. The other thing I think it's important to point out is the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission did approve Brickyard Solar and its power generation, and it was very well vetted. I mean, there were nature studies and all kinds of things. Zach and Ally were very involved in that. And so this is a quasi-public utility, which probably didn't help you much. I think somebody asked a question about what box did we check? Oh, maybe Mr. Andriola, you asked that. I mean, we have a certificate of declination from the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. Well, you'd asked, right? You'd asked, but I will explain it to them. And we can provide that detail as well in this response document. Now, if you tell me don't spend your time on a response document, we won't, because it's going to take us, and we're happy to do it, but considerable effort put together. Yes, sir.
Understood. Yeah. So I'm going to, would that be helpful information to have?
It would, and I would state as my preference, if you show a plan that has solar panels in an area, and you tell me that as you move forward with your project, you may take 10 acres of solar panels here and move them to a completely different area on that 1,600 acres, I'm on Plan Commission and I will not approve that. So if you're showing it on a parcel, you better know it's going to go on that parcel and end up on that parcel. Because that isn't, we're not going to play a shell game.
Yep.
Where it's under this cup today and it's under another cup tomorrow.
Fair enough.
Okay. It was Ms. Soliday, correct? Yes. Okay, very good. So I think the response was yes, we would like to see that information put together. And if you could provide it 10 days in advance, I know it's an ask of you, so that would be appreciated. And I think we would certainly share that with the public. But do we have the mechanism to do that? Put it on the post on the website?
Website.
Perfect. Turns out there's this thing called the web. Okay.
Yep.
Very good.
And we are a public building and hopefully this pandemic will allow us to be open.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Hopefully without restrictions.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I guess all we could ask of you, we'll be very patient on August 4th, but if we knew what time we would be called up and be on your agenda because of lining up our experts, right? Like we don't know how many other cases you're going to have and all of that.
Our rules and procedures would suggest that you would be first on our agenda. Mr. DeLong, do you have any visibility to what's on our August agenda?
I'm going to turn to either Janice or Suzanne. Do we have?
There's 5 new petitions and then the one that got continued this evening. So
Anything of any large controversial nature that you can think of?
not that I'm aware of.
Anything involving Sammy Davis Jr. and the Candyman?
We're not at liberty to say.
Not at liberty.
I think it would be in our best interest to continue it first. To keep it
I
first
agree.
and get it
So
done.
then I think if we continue down this path, if we continue this conversation first on our agenda, we'll need to communicate to our other petitioners that they're behind this project.
Certainly, that's what your rules of procedure spell out. Certainly, again, you'd have the opportunity to adjust your agenda when the or when the Board of Zoning Appeals reconvenes.
So to answer your question directly, I would think we're going to do our best to keep it first on the agenda for our rules and procedures.
Okay, super. So 6:30 PM. All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
On
August 4th.
August 4th.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you. With that, is there a motion to continue this petition, which is petition docket, petition number 2021-13-SE to the August 4th, 2021 BZA meeting?
So
moved.
I'm gonna call Mr. Lake on that. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm gonna call Mr. Money. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Is there any other business we have tonight?
None. Thank you.
Okay. This meeting is adjourned. Where do we turn our overtime into?